Hello, Internet. Good morning. We are here live this beautiful morning with our cast who is in various degrees of being awake thanks to time zones. So grateful for you all being here today. I'm Allison. I am the GM for today's session of Kids on Bikes. And I'm excited to try this system. This all came about because Jess said on Twitter, I want to play. And then I don't know, Jess ended up being in like multiple Kids on Bikes games. So we're excited to try it out here in this one shot. It is set in the 90s. And we have 2 kids, 1 adult in our party. One of our players unfortunately couldn't make it this morning, so we're sending good vibes and all the love to Manny. So hopefully we will see Manny again on the channel or in a future game. But yes, I wanted to, I guess, just also set up like the reason, there's multiple reasons for being here. In addition to, Kids on Bike shenanigans, we have a charity stream today. So there's overlay info. We have commands that you can put in chat for more information about that. But I'll turn it over to Jess to talk about the why and why March of Dimes.
So the mission of March of Dimes is really fighting for the health of all families. And really the mission is to stop premature birth, infant mortality, and maternal mortality. So all the donations that you do today go towards that, towards advocacy, programs, research, a million different things. We have some really cool rewards where you can actually influence the game. If you donate $5, you can grant a reroll to any character. $15, and you can grant a +3 to any character on their roll, and $25, you can grant an auto success to any roll. And we actually have quite a few different incentives for those who donate. You'll be put into a raffle to win one of 2 sets of dinosaur dice. Shout out to Shelby's a Nerd for donating those. One of 2 gift cards to Ice Cream Dice. Shout out to them for donating. A gift card to Die Hard Dice, and 1 color portrait from Hermley on Twitter. Shout out to him for donating. And so for every $5, you get an entry into the raffle. You can see the donation link already in the chat. Shout out to Stream Elements and Allison for setting that up. And that's really our charity stream.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Jess. Yeah, that'll be throughout the stream today. And I hope that we get some chat participation in the game. You can impede me, which I am the story. So, you can influence the story, or you can help our kids out. Yes, I think, Jess, if you could, is it possible for you to turn up your mic? I have you all the way up on all my behind the scenes things here.
Is this any better?
I think so.
Chat, let us know.
Let us know, chat. I think that's better on my end.
Cool.
But yeah, you can add a roll. There's a mechanic in this game called adversity tokens that adds +1 to rolls. Essentially, you're going to be giving them a re-roll, I think, right? A re-roll for the $5? Mm-hmm. Yep. So that's even better, potentially. But yeah, let's find out who we're playing with. So the town we're in, let me set the scene first. It's the 1990s. So everyone, go in your Wayback Machine. Remember overalls, remember smiley face, decals, Lisa Frank, random geometric shapes on binders, trapper keepers. We're just going down the rabbit hole at this point. This is all present in the town of Forgotten Springs. But Forgotten Springs also has a different kind of vibe to it. It's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the world. It's quasi-desert in its landscape. The buildings are loosely clustered together. I would say there's definitely a far side of town and a downtown area, but the downtown is nowhere near close to the hustle and bustle of the bigger cities that are hours away from this small town. Everyone here knows each other, right? So everyone has grown up in Forgotten Springs, and you either leave and never come back and feel good about it, or you never leave. You're a lifer. And maybe it draws you back in, as some of our characters have found. It's calling back to them, even in their adult years. The place is neutral at best, boring at worst. There's folks who are just trying to make a living here, get it through the day. But there are folks with dreams and aspirations, and some people believe there's some strange things happening in this town. Not everyone's willing to listen, but there are those who feel very passionately about the subject. In Forgotten Springs, we find a few of our party members today, so I'd like them to introduce themselves first as players, and then who they're going to be playing in this town of Forgotten Springs. Let's kick it off with Mana.
Hi, I'm Mana. Do you want us to say like where you can find us, or just kind of who we're playing today?
Yeah. Who are you, and who are you playing?
You can find me on Twitter at Mana_Lorian. And I'm playing Harper today. Harper is 17 years old. She is kind of really passionate about this zine that she has created, about kind of what she thinks is like the paranormal and weird stuff that's happening in town. She has kind of curly brown hair that's kind of short that she very often is like running her fingers through, so it's kind of messy. Freckles, hazel eyes, glasses. She's usually wearing some kind of like sweater. In the summertime though, she probably has like a t-shirt and like some overalls on. Um, and she usually has like a backpack full of like old zines and a new copy and like some stuff to record any weird stuff that she finds, um, as she is running around town trying to figure out like all the weird stuff that she can find.
Awesome. And what would you say her biggest strengths are?
Um, Biggest strengths. Um, I think she's pretty like intuitive. Um, and she's always like questioning things. And as far as like mechanically, she's pretty smart, and I think her other one is flight. So she's kind of dexterous. So you gotta
Awesome.
have like you gotta be able to climb over walls and stuff so you can like see where all the ghosts are.
Yep, they don't stay low to the ground in Forgotten Springs. Awesome. Excited to play with Harper. Next, let's hear from Jess, who will be playing Penny.
So Penny is a 13-year-old who wears her hair, her strawberry blonde hair in like double Dutch braids. She often wears collared shirts, loves floral patterns, just a really interesting, fun, unique style. Very eccentric. She is a karate student at True Strike Martial Arts. I remembered. Awesome. She does that because she is trying to feel more sure of herself. She really views herself as a protector. Her mom works a lot, isn't often home, so Penny is at home watching over her two sisters who are 5 and 6, named Flip and Fanny. So she just really wants to be able to protect them. She is really good at like not only hiding from like things that scare her, but just away from all of her problems, really. So when fight or flight comes up while she's trying to start doing the fight, it's usually flight.
Awesome.
And I'm Jess.
Yes, I was gonna say, Jess, where can we find you on the internet?
You can find me in lots of different places at Just the Human.
Wonderful. Well, looking forward to playing with Penny, if we can catch her. And last but not least, not a child, but an adult. The only adult in the room, Mr. Daryl Dorsey, playing Darius. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, and that is my Twitter handle. Hello, I'm Daryl. I will be playing Darius. one adult in the room because there has to be one. Barely, but technically an adult. He's only 21. He's 4 years older than Harper. Uh, Recently returned to town. Just built, had a house built on the far end of town, which Harper will not stop annoying him about. Uh, and also is Penny's instructor, and does in fact tend to get frustrated at the running away portion when he's teaching. But I would say one of his he looks sorry, let me go into the looks. Uh, he's a muscular built gentleman, about 6'1", 210 pounds. He has a bald fade, which is hair on top, none on the round sides. Only has the chin hair. He has that and a mustache. I forget the actual name of that style. And is fairly stoic and really most of the time you can just catch him at his dojo, or you won't really see him in town all that often unless he's teaching or shopping or something like that. He does not really. He's kind of he's a reclusive rich kid.
Awesome. And did you touch on his past?
Well, he is from Forgotten Springs. Uh, got into physical altercations as a youth, so much so that his parents decided it was best to send him to military school, which is where he actually learned a lot of the combat that he teaches now. Excelled at that, obviously, because he was getting into fights as a kid. So much so that now there's a rumor that he killed a kid, and that's why they sent him away.
This town is full of rumors. It's
It's a small town thing.
It's a small town thing. Thank you. I'm looking forward to playing with Darius. If we can get him to show up in town from his very nice new house on the edge of it. Let's jump into the narrative here. I was gonna say, so normally in my games I'm like, let's pretend we have an intro, and like, what would the intro look like? And I do a little theater of the mind. We have an intro. So we're gonna play the intro to our show today, Kids on Bikes, and then we'll be back with some of the action with Darius, with Penny, and with Harper, as they figure out why Forgotten Springs is not as small town normal as you would first think it to be. I hope you enjoyed the intro. I did. All right. Well, as that intro fades away, we see our three heroes of Forgotten Springs. They don't consider themselves heroes, though. They consider themselves ready for summer break, as it has been pretty much the first week out of school in quite some time. And that initial sense of freedom has faded somewhat, and at least for the students, for Penny and for Harper, you guys are kind of feeling this sense of excitement, but also a little bit of that summer malaise. Like, all right, this is what's happening. I'm out of school, and all of those visions that I had for my summer have settled into routine, whatever your routine looks like, and in your individual homes. For Darius, as an adult, and as we all know, adulthood sees no summer. The days go on, and the weather changes, but the routines remain the same. But you have noticed more kids at your dojo recently, More kids are signing up for classes. There seems to be more free time as the classes have let out, and you're really getting kind of more folks on your radar. And for you, Darius, more folks to annoy you as the kids have been more prevalent in the streets, asking you questions and pestering you as you're trying to go about your business. But for you, Harper, this is a great opportunity to really dive into some of the mysteries that have been eluding you throughout the school year, as all of this schoolwork, although you are good at it, has been getting in the way of your investigations. And for Penny, it's time to spend with your sisters, but unfortunately also more time for you to have more things to do around the house to make sure things are running, to kind of keep the day kind of going in its natural order, as you are essentially a primary caretaker sometimes of these younger children. But the ones that you care about, they've come to you with something recently. They're a little scared. They thought they saw something weird in the woods. And that has brought you to Harper to kind of consult on this. So we'll open our first scene with Penny and with Harper. The two of you are near the woods. Penny, this is where your younger sisters have brought you to kind of, you had lunch to make and you had, the floor to clean, but like they were inconsolable. And so you acquiesced and you're like, all right, let's just go check it out. Let's spend some time today to just put this to bed for once and for all. And so you brought Harper here as a consult. And so the two of you, along with your two younger sisters, are standing near the woods. It's bright daylight, so there's no kind of shadow or spookiness in this area. And yet there is a sense of uneasiness as you're kind of standing near the edge of the forest. You see an owl swoop by out of the tree, kind of out of character appearance in the daytime. It looks tired. It's also in the wrong time zone for this event, as it kind of swoops back into the tree to settle in for its nap. The two girls, your younger sisters, point up at it and they're like, "That's not the monster." As we turn to the two of you, what do you do as Fanny and Flip are kind of like looking around and they're like, "This is where we saw it. This is it. This is the spot."
First of all, you two, why were you even out here? Like, I didn't say you could come out here. Why would you see a monster out here if you were supposed to be watching TV? I just don't understand.
TV was boring, and we were like, let's go to real world.
Harper, I'm so sorry. I know.
No, this is great stuff. I'm like trying to balance a camera and a notebook and a pencil as I'm like trying to do like too many things at once.
Harper, as you're kind of juggling all of this stuff, you do realize that the new kid in town, Carl, he has been following you around recently, and you see him kind of poking his head around one of the trees, the one that the owl flew into. You kind of see him standing there like sheepishly with a hand behind his head, and he's like, hey Harper, I can help you if you want, if you don't.
Wonderful. Yep. And I wave him over. I need you to take notes, and I kind of thrust the notebook into his hands and set him up with a pen.
He looks overjoyed that this has happened so easily for him, and he's like clutches onto it with like a shaky hand, and he's like, "Oh, okay. I've seen you work. I don't really know what to do. Let me know what to do. Are we on interview right now? Is this an interview? Are we interviewing these little ones?"
Sorry, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay.
No worries.
Lost you for a second.
Carl was very excited about getting this task and asked, Are we doing it? Is this an interview?
Yep. I just need you to take really good notes.
Check. What did you give him exactly? Pen, paper?
Yeah, like a full notebook that has like paper coming out of it at like odd angles and a pen.
So he has his pen poised, ready to help you out. Flip and Fanny are kind of like, they've begun to dance around you, Penny. Flip is like tugging on your braids, like just the bottoms of them though, because she can't really reach them. And she's like, "Yeah, we went to outside," as she's like pulling on the braids on either side of your head.
You hear like Like, it sounds like an adult sigh. Like, I have had it up to here with these two. Okay, you two. We don't go outside unless me or mom is there. Okay? We don't do it. And I will turn us around and we will go home right now. Just tell Harper what you saw, what you think you saw, and where it was.
Flip is still pulling on your braids and saying, "Well, I want to go to outside whenever I want," as just kind of a little bit of a defiance to what you told her. Fanny is the kind of more shy, quiet one and looks to you, Harper, and kind of kicks in the dust a little bit and says, "Well, it was kind of like a lady, but not really. She was scarier than a lady."
Harper, I don't think this is real. I think they might. Okay, so mom isn't always home and they're always looking for ways to get attention, and I'm really sorry for like wasting your time. Um, I don't think we're gonna find anything out here.
Fanny,
I heard like not really. It was like a lady, but not really a lady. And I get down so that I'm like make eye contact with this child, and I'm like, so tell me more. This sounds actually very interesting.
behind you, Carl, you hear the pen scratch over the paper as he writes literally every word you're saying. Like, tell me more. This sounds interesting. He's just writing verbatim everything that you're uttering to any, even like the ums and like the dot dot dots and the sighs he puts in parentheses.
Beautiful.
He has a
work.
future as a stenographer.
Great job.
So Fanny kicks at the ground again, and little clumps of dust kind of fly up into the air, and you hear the owl hoot from the forest. It was well, okay. So Flip was running around and saying outside, outside, and I was like, Penny won't want us here, and she looks up at you, Penny, for approval.
I do not. Well, at first I'm not gonna give it to her, and then I think better. Yeah, I didn't want you outside.
And she kind of smiles, like Penny likes me best smile, and does like a little shoulder wiggle. Anyway, so I was trying to get Flip to calm down and go back home like Penny wants us to, just like a quick smile, quick aside. And we saw like the lady come out of the woods, and she had like kind of like a face that looked like kind of like cottage cheese, like old cheese. And some of her teeth were weird, and she had a big eyeball, but she kind of looked like a lady. And I said hello, and Flip said, "Ah!"
Like one big eyeball in the middle of her head, or like one of her eyes was big and one was small.
Fanny looks up at you, Penny, and looks for approval to like give more details. Like she doesn't want to displease you.
I give her the nod.
2 eyeballs, both sides face, but one was really big and kind of like dangly.
Interesting. And like came out of the woods, or did you go in?
No, we didn't go in the woods. And she looks at Penny
That's
very
good.
like
That's
emphatically.
Good. Mm-hmm. Good. Yeah, the woods are not. That's good that you didn't do that.
Flip is tugging on both Penny's pigtails and says, "I put 1 foot in the woods."
Slowest head turn. Flip. And you see just like the slightest eye twitch.
Carl has been writing all of this down and also starting to do some drawings. And you see like little stick figure drawings of the scene, and they're very unhelpful and kind of indiscernible of what's going on. And he keeps like looking around, like, is there anything I'm missing?
What kind of clothes was the not lady wearing?
It was pretty dark. Didn't see really well. But kind of looked like, maybe like what the grumpy teacher wears sometimes when you guys go poo 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 at your class, Penny.
When we go poo poo?
Not poo poo. And she starts giggling. Poo poo poo.
Oh, yes. Okay, karate. Darius. Okay, yeah. Okay. Harper, have you heard of True Strike Karate?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
And
what
I
you
get like my eyes narrow at the mention of Darius. He won't let me in his house.
What? I mean, he is older than you. I think. I don't. He's like an adult.
But he's not much older than me.
He's
His
like
house is like
30.
mad haunted, and he won't let me in there, and I don't know why.
Why would you want to get into a 30-year-old man's house, Harper? That's weird.
It's haunted. I just want to look. Plus, it's connected to like the other haunted house, and I have some questions, and I just want to see the ghost. He doesn't have to be in there while I'm in there.
As you start talking about things that are haunted and like ghosts, I like bring my sisters kind of closer to me because they're already a little freaked out. So I just kind of put them under my arms.
And I like notice this, and I'm like, oops. Anyway,
I think I'd like you to make a roll just because I like to get dice hot in the beginning, even though it's a combo. So I'm trying to find, I feel like, let's do a charm roll because I know you're all bad at charm. So let's get that out of the way. Can you make a charm roll, Penny, as you kind of bring your sisters in underneath your watchful gaze?
It's a 5.
All right. So with a 5, also, does anyone know? Do I tell you the DC in Kids on Bikes?
I believe it's your choice.
Okay. Let's not do it because then that's more math. So a normal roll is like either a 7 to 9 if you're skilled in it, or a 10 to 12 if you're like, oh no, sorry. A task where success is impressive but completely expected for characters skilled at it is a 10 to 12. So that's like a middle of the road rather. And what was your roll, Penny?
It was a 5.
A 5. Okay. So a 5 is a failure.
It was a 5 total, or you rolled a 5?
I rolled
Good.
a 5.
Good question. And you don't have any buffs to add to charm, I don't believe.
Nope.
So with a 5, that is a failure. And now I do the math. So
I thought you had a D4 for charm. Kidding?
I have a D4 in grit.
That's what it was. Yes.
cool.
You
So
guys hear that? It sounds like my karate teacher is just like speaking to me right now. This is weird.
he has such wisdom. So that's a difference of a 5 on your failure. So the failure is bad, but not a disaster. Short-term consequences. So as you try to comfort Flip and Fanny and just kind of like keep them calm, and like at the mention of monsters and ghosts, and like Harper's really like amping up the danger level here, you kind of fail at distracting them in the way you would have hoped, which is to like diffuse the situation. They both go off into their own reactions. So Flip gets really excited and is like, I want to go into Darius's house too. That sounds fun. And Fanny gets a little bit more shy and a little bit more shut down. So she's going to be less forthcoming with information in this interview.
I give Harper some shut up vibes from my eyes, like, can you not?
Which I've totally seen before. So, would I have knowledge about this area that I might know what a ghost or like monster that would be in this area?
Roll brains, as you have done many hours of research at the school library on top of doing your homework in this area of expertise.
So, I got an 11.
Okay. An 11 is a success. It's not an impressive success, but it'll do it. So you do have a limited knowledge of this. From your research, you have heard of course, like many accounts of like oh, this is haunted, that is haunted. Like, just general ghost hunters come to your town. But you find their accounts on sites of like basically people who find ghosts everywhere. So there's nothing that is particularly unique. You think maybe these folks are kind of the paranormal type that sees paranormal activity wherever they go. So you can't really trust their accounts. You're not sure if it would be a ghost necessarily, although there are people who believe that these woods are haunted. With that brief success, kind of like a marginal success, you do remember recent disappearances reported in the town. And people have begun to wonder if these folks are just like up and leaving town, or if there's something nefarious going on. And you're wondering if that could possibly be connected to any paranormal things happening in the woods.
Okay.
You think there's more to learn about that, but that role was not, I guess,
Gotcha.
successful enough to really give you more information from your past research, at least.
So I'm gonna look over at Penny and her sisters and be like, I think maybe I need to do like a trip to the library. I thank you all for your time. I look at Penny and I'm like, sorry if I scared them. Thank you, girls, for allowing me to interview you. I don't think there's anything to worry about. It might have been someone playing a prank or something.
Flip jumps up and down and says, "Wasn't a prank, was real. I know what's real."
I latch on to the prank and I say, girls, Harper is the expert here, and I think if she says it's a prank, then I know Halloween isn't for a while, and we just had April Fool's Day, but sometimes people are mean and they just pull pranks. I gotta get you home so I can get off to karate.
But if I find out more information, I will definitely let you know, and it'll be in the zine. So I'll let you know.
Fanny looks at you excited and says, "What's the reading level of the zine? I'm at a gold star reading level now."
Oh, that's impressive. For sure. I love that.
I'll read it to you if there's anything that comes up for our case, okay?
Hooray! Fanny smiles, and Flip is still jumping up and down and says, "I want to break into Darius's house. I want to break into Darius's house."
That's, he knows martial arts. That might not be the greatest plan. I can't even get in there, so...
As you say this, Carl closes the notebook and he looks ready to kind of follow you where you're headed next. And the girls are jumping up and down, having their own reactions to the encounter. You all kind of hear the owl hoot again in the woods and just like the wind rustling through the trees. And although it's daytime, that sense of eeriness remains. We will cut over to Darius, the aforementioned, who is at the True Strike dojo. And it's, you're before class, you're getting things ready, you're wiping down equipment, you're setting things up. When the door opens, you hear like the bell on the door letting you know that someone's in the front, more administrative area.
I quickly put down one of the training dummies and just make my way up to the front desk.
There's a gentleman standing there. You vaguely recognize him. I mean, it's a small town, so no one's a complete surprise, but this is not someone you know well. He has kind of a rumpled suit, checkered, like a checkered print, kind of like a beigey color, and thick glasses. Actually, it's the 90s, maybe like little oval glasses, metal rims. And he is kind of tapping his hand on the counter and looking around.
Can I help you?
Yes, apologies. I'm new in town, and, well, I was just wondering, who do I talk to about a business opportunity?
Uh, the Better Business Bureau. What type of opportunity are you speaking of?
Oh, well, it's an opportunity for really everyone in Forgotten Springs, and well, I see here you're a business owner of this establishment, and well, I wanted to know if you're interested in getting involved in my proposition.
You haven't told me what it is yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Uh, I'm just um,
You're bad at this.
um no. Yes, no. I was told not to be honest, but not too honest, so no.
I just toss him a bottle of water. Take a sip and calm down, son.
He kind of flubs the catch and it like hits him in the chest, and he does one of those like, and then like tries to act cool as he like calmly opens the top of the water as though he was, in the middle of a really cool action star move, but he was not.
Don't worry, no one saw that. And I also I'm sure he reacted poorly at me calling him son when I'm obviously not as old as him.
He was like compoundedly flustered. Like just the whole moment flustered him. And you see like beads of sweat begin to form at his brow as he pushes his glasses up on his nose. Right, the proposition. Well, my name is Mr. Peterson, and I've enrolled my son Carl in the local high school. We're good, upstanding folks in the town now, and I want to have roots here. I have a vision. I've come here to really renew the pudding factory that was, kind of the heart of this town back in the day, and well, I believe that I have the means, the wherewithal to really make it a community effort.
So you're just looking for investors.
Well, investors, yes, but also kind of a new model of doing business. Have you heard of outposts for factory work? Give me a brains roll.
Yes. What is this? Is that a D10 for brains? That explodes.
Nice.
Uh, so that's a 19 plus 1, so a total of 20.
Nice. That definitely succeeds. And that is a high success. So you succeed smoothly and easily. So, yes, you do know what he's talking about. You read an article about it, and then you did just, when something catches your eye and you like do like wait, it's the 90s. You can't do a Google search. You read an article about it, and then you went to the library and were like, what is this? You, as a business owner, like to stay on top of what's going on in the trends in the industry. And as someone who comes from money, you also know that being innovative often yields really good results in the business world. Your parents, when you grew up in this town, were always talking to you about the importance of staying on top of the latest trends. And especially in a small town, people looked at them like they were crazy. Like, why not just do things the way it's always been done? But you come from a family that was always willing to take a risk. And so when you heard about these manufacturing outposts, you spent some time to find out more about them. It turns out that in small areas like this one, previously a lot of like factory work had been done in one area, and like everyone would have to come to that area, perform their tasks, a lot of energy, a lot of power in one particular space in the town. The outpost model is creating mechanized kind of outpost parts of the factory that can be stationed throughout the town, dispersing the energy needs and creating more jobs in different business establishments. So basically, like nowadays, when you go to like a UPS and you go to a store and you can drop off your UPS packages, it's kind of like you'd have a piece of the factory running out of like the back of your own business or something of that nature. So this is what he's referring to, and you can tell that he thinks he has like proprietary knowledge. And he's like, have you heard of this? Not expecting you to know it.
I just regurgitate basically that entire thing back at him.
He begins sweating even more profusely, and like you kind of see his collar begin to get a little damp as Mr. Peterson has finished the entire bottle of water and just kind of like doesn't even realize he's done with it, places it on the counter kind of absently.
I recycle it.
Mm, well, are you potentially interested in having your business involved, sir?
Potentially. I'm always looking. I'm on the eye for business models. You still haven't told me what the business is, though, that I'd be participating in.
Oh, well, it's a revitalization of the pudding industry. This town was built on pudding, as you know. I mean, not literally. It would sink. He gives a half-hearted laugh.
That's all I get.
There's a long pause. Anyway,
That's funny.
oh, good. Glad you think so. Couldn't tell. Sorry, I'm doing it again. Anyway, it's pudding. Bringing it back, making it more efficient. I mean, the town is already known for it. The snack packs. That's the school mascot, for goodness sakes. Carl has a little jacket with a pudding cup on it.
Yes, utterly ridiculous, but I get your meaning. Sure. I'll tell you what. If you have anything written down, please just give it to me now or have someone bring it over. I'll review it and I'll get back to you about how I could possibly participate from a dojo.
Of course, of course. He reaches into his briefcase, which had been at his side, places it on the counter, opens it up. It's just covered, like, as much as Harper's binder had been overflowing with papers and things, this is just like the adult version of that. Pretty much, like, there's like a little koosh ball that rolls out and like lands on the counter. Like, it's just full of bits and bobs. He digs around for a second and pulls out a portfolio. And on the front, it says Pudding Manufacturing Outpost Models. And it has a diagram of essentially what looks like a pod, like where you store kind of like a mobile storage unit look. But it would be set up near your business. And like there's all these diagrams of how it would connect to the electricity, how it would connect to the infrastructure. So a lot of mechanical considerations and lots of kind of connections to the factory itself, which, as you know, lays almost outside of town near the old Buckweather Mansion. So there's a little bit of physical distance in between the factory, the old factory site, and your business. But there's all of these schematics for how they would be connected.
So this is going to require construction.
Oh, yes, but great jobs coming to the town. Do you care about your community? Do you have a sense of pudding pride?
I have not blinked while staring at him this entire time.
He is just a bucket of sweat. He takes out a little handkerchief. It's like a Dayglow handkerchief and just kind of like pats his head with like this bright color. It's lurid and does not match his suit.
I bring up a mechanical fan and plug it in and just put it on low in front of him.
There's another comical long pause.
Calm down. You're going to freaking slip all over the floor.
Can you give me a grit roll? I want to see how well you can pull off this coolness and the cool attitude you have with him.
7.
With a 7, it is a slight fail. So tell me what kind of thoughts are intruding in Darius's mind. You can still like externally pull off this coolness, but like what's going on internally with Darius? What kinds of thoughts are troubling him?
1, the slight accusation of me not caring about the community. And then my first thought is like, if I don't do this, how are the other business owners going to react to me, and how is that possibly going to affect future business? but also this is going to require construction, and I'll have to shut down my business possibly, unless I decide to go teach at a park or something, or have to. No, I'm not having these kids come to my house. There's definite. The thing is, there's definitely room, but I'm not going to do that.
Have the kids come to your house. Harper will sign up for classes.
Yeah, I've definitely got basically the house from Blank Check, where it's just like like kids would love it here, but I'm not gonna have any children here.
So
You've got a slide going into your pool, yes, but it's not for you.
it's just for show.
It's for adults only.
Someone else put that in.
So as your thoughts race to all of this, and you have a brief like moment of envisioning Penny and Harper and all of your students like clamoring all over your new furniture and new constructed house, you blink and that little bit of stress kind of exudes into the conversation. But Mr. Peterson is so stressed on his own that he really doesn't notice. But you do have that moment of your composure breaks slightly.
My composure breaking just looks like
Just a slight eyebrow twitch.
just ever so gentle.
As this conversation is wrapping up, you begin to hear the sound of approaching children. It's unmistakable. Loud voices, completely unaware or uncaring of the disruption that they're causing as they walk through the town, shouting and hitting into mailboxes with sticks and blinging the little bell on their handlebars of their bikes. Harper, Penny, you have just dropped your sisters back off at home, so both of you are in this group, and this group is heading towards the dojo for your afternoon lessons. And the leaders of the group are beginning to spill into the room, and the bell on the door is clanging, clanging, clanging as the door opens and shuts, hitting into the wall over and over again as they just cannot like hold the door open for everyone to walk in. It's just this constant motion of the door almost like falling off of its hinges as all of the kids begin to pour into the entryway for their lessons.
As the kids begin to come in, I quickly say to Mr. Peterson, I'll tell you what. Give me time to think about this, and you should probably think about presenting this at the next town hall meeting. Probably more composed than what you are right now. You'll be fine.
All right.
This is a good proposition, but I would put way more thought into the businesses that you walk into about this. Maybe go for, I don't know, places that don't have children in them that would require require a long time of construction.
Well, the thing about this model is my employer specifically requested your business. I'm only approaching
Really?
a few in town, and the locations are quite important to us.
Who's your employer?
Roll a charm roll.
Oh shit.
We are stacked with charm here. All of us.
Oh, is
One.
that a fail?
Yeah, I rolled a 1 of my D4. Yeah.
So take an adversity token. And
Yep.
did you take one from your? Did you fail earlier?
Oh, so I'm at. Okay, so I'm at.
Yeah,
2.
so whenever you guys fail, and I'll try to remember this, but if it's a fail and you feel that darn feeling, take an adversity token. So you have that to use in a future one. Yeah, it's... He gets very tight-lipped, and his eyes, like, flash for a second, and he says, "Can't disclose."
But they know me. In this town, that kind of narrows it down. I'll tell you again. I'll give it some thought. But as you can see, I've got students coming in.
At that, Penny, Harper, you are inside the atrium of your martial arts instruction space. There's like a clamor of kids around you. Carl is getting kind of shunted around in all of the madness of, chaotic kid energy. Kids are like getting their gear on. They're talking about what they're doing over the summer. It's a lot. But both of you have had kind of just more like serious mentor related conversations with Darius before. So you're, he's more than a teacher to you. He is more of a mentor. And so you can see that he is having a conversation with someone, but you're eager to connect with him and to see and to kind of fill him in on what you found out about what your sisters have seen. So as you say that, Darius, Mr. Peterson, kind of like goes to like tip his hat, but then remembers he's not wearing a hat, and then just kind of like awkwardly like touches his head, and he's like, gotta go. I'll take it under advisement. Thank you. And just kind of like pushes his way through the kids, and he's super awkward about it. Like he's pinballing off of them and just like wherever it's that thing where like someone's walking and you try to walk the opposite way, but then you end up going the same way and you like get stuck in that for a second. And he's doing that over and over again. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. And it takes him a while, but he does exit.
Are the kids coming? Sorry, are the kids coming in just very wildly, or are they single file?
Oh, they're wild.
I very pointedly say single file.
What were you going to say, Penny?
I feel like Mr. Peterson, as I had my shoes off, was taking them to my cubby, he like got in my way, and I can just like see him sweating, and I just like look at him like, did you just do karate in your like business suit? And then I just go over to my cubby, put my shoes in there, and start doing some stretches. This, that.
As you're stretching. Oh, go ahead.
I feel like I don't have classes, and I just like snuck in here with everybody else and just mimicked what everyone else was doing. Like I took my shoes off and put them in someone else's cubby. And I'm looking at Penny, like, also, like, okay, so this is what we do over here. Okay, yep.
It's
so
definitely, it's paired off stretching, like you always stretch with a partner.
A few things happen, though, as Darius yells, single file. The only one to, well, at first, the only one to listen is Mr. Peterson, who, like, begins to walk behind one of the students who are just, like, entering. So he listens to you right away. He does eventually, like, scoot his way out the door. But as the students transition from chaotic summer brain to martial arts brain, they do respect you, Darius, and so they do begin to kind of, like, just some of them more begrudgingly than others become more organized in their entry into the training space.
And are these all like 13 and 14-year-olds, and I'm a 17-year-old, so am I like noticeably taller than everyone?
Yes.
So Darius is gonna pick me out immediately.
And
the fact that you're in your street clothes would totally give you away.
The person whose locker you put
your snagged like a robe from home.
Like a bathrobe?
Like my mom's bathrobe. I'm incognito. I am a spy right now. I'm trying to disguise myself. I don't have tokens right now to use unassuming, so I have to disguise myself in other ways. By stealing my mom's no, I don't have a mom. I have a dad. I stole my dad's bathrobe, which is way too big.
And knowing your dad, it's plush. It's like a plush kind of polar bear material. Yeah.
Yeah, because my dad's awesome. And it's way too big. It's dragging on the ground. He probably saw me take it too, and he was like, "What you doing, Harper?" And I was like, "I need this for zine stuff." And he was like,
"Okay, kiddo."
Cool. And I was like, "See you later." And so I like put that on, and I took my shoes off, and I'm like doing the exercises way too tall.
Two things happen. Carl tries to find some disguise as well. He's imitating pretty much everything you do. Darius, what do you think Carl would find on a quick cursory look around this area to robe himself in?
Well, there is a back room area for changing, because I do have FIM students, and sometimes they have to quickly come and change from their school clothes, and they don't need to be seen. If he's just trying to quick, like, quick change, he probably won't find anything in the open area because it's literally door, little off like front desk area, and then behind that is straight to the mats.
Hmm.
And then everything else is behind that. So like even my personal office is behind everything else.
So he's in the area, and I think the other kids are too, where they are changing and putting their stuff in the
Yeah.
lockers.
Yes, he could have got if he huddled up just enough. I probably wouldn't have noticed. Hey, did Mr. Peterson not see his own kid walk in? By the way,
He was too flustered by you, Darius.
Shoot.
That's an interesting point. Roll brains as you consider that.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Or anyone who's wondering about that.
I feel like Carl is doing one of those like things where he's just like quickly trying to like search, and he's like, I need like a thing to put on.
He's gonna go ahead and take that adversity token.
Oh no, what did you get?
Another one for a
Oh
total of two.
no.
For a total of two.
I guess.
Yeah, you think it's weird, but you didn't really notice anything of interest in their complete lack of acknowledgement of one another.
Yeah, I only got a
It was a
7.
lot happening. It was a lot happening when they first got in before I yelled.
A lot of
single
chaos.
file.
Yes, Carl is absolutely doing that thing where he's looking for something and eventually sidles behind a plant. And so it's Harper in a plush bathrobe, Carl standing behind a plant, and there's a kid. You put your shoes in this other kid's locker, and it's like this little, like, punky 12-year-old. And he's got like freckles on his face and like a little bit of a black eye from a fight he got in earlier in the week. And he's like, "Hey, that's my locker."
We're sharing. Sharing.
Says who?
Me? I'll give you $1.
Ah, make it 5.
And I'll put your name in my zine for helping with this
man.
investigation.
It's my new favorite kid out here making business moves.
Let me see your zine.
Quickly, like, show zine as I'm, like, stuffing it back in my bag. The teacher's gonna be here soon, and if we're standing here, he's gonna yell at us.
He flips through it really quickly. What do you think is the first article he comes across?
Is Bigfoot real? And has he been seen in the woods?
He looks at it, he like holds it upside down, kind of shakes it, and he's like, "Huh, I'm not a big reader, but I'll take the money."
Okay. I hand him some money.
All right,
I've
so
been doing my stretches like very close to the mat with this kid named River, or very close to the edge of the mat with this kid named River, and I like look over because I'm doing some stretch that requires me to like move around, and I see
That was-
trying to heckle this kid in my karate class, and I just go, "Harper, what do you think this is, a frick frackin' spa? What are you doing? Take that off."
I'm undercover.
Okay, well, you're doing a terrible job at it. Look around, read the room.
That's all I had. So
Let me, and I
I
pull,
feel like I'm definitely walking onto the mat by this point.
I pull some clothes out, and they're like a little too short for you, but I always bring like a spare change, and I toss them at you. Just can you
fabulous.
go and
On it, and I just like grab the clothes, and you can see they're like way too short, and I'm like, yeah, and I keep like pulling the shirt down, and yeah.
Carl's
and I
still
come back
behind.
out.
Carl's still behind the plant. He's actually taken off one of the leaves of the plant and kind of like Adam and Eve fig leaf style is just kind of like holding it like over himself in different areas, trying to blend in.
Carl and his dad are amazing.
I can see all of this, dude.
Yes,
I'm just
you absolutely can.
Amazing.
Like I noticed Harper immediately, but also this is one of the few times she's not trying to get into my house, so I'm just letting it happen.
Well, I'm not gonna like ruin your class while it's happening. I'm gonna wait till later.
As I walk out onto the mat, I go directly to Penny. brought 2 weird kids with you, didn't you?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's just back up, Darius. We both know that I take
Darius.
Sensei.
Sensei. Thank you.
Sorry, Sensei. And I bow. I didn't bring these 2 hooligans with me. They just kind of tagged along. It's just okay. You know my 2 little weirdo sisters, right? They think that they saw a woman with like this cottage cheese face in the woods, and they were really scared about it. So I consulted with my paranormal expert, Harper. Harper happens to have a cameraman named Carl, and they tagged along. I don't know why per se. I don't know, something about haunted house. I'm sorry. Just if you're gonna kick them out, don't tell them that it was anything to do with me.
I quickly say attention, which is for everyone to line up in their individual lines that are actually my students. Penny knows this.
I'm gonna follow everything everyone else does.
Before you even get a chance to, I catch you by the back of your shirt. And then I point over to the plant, and I just do a hand motion for Carl to join.
Carl is going to put the fig leaf kind of like behind his back, like sheepishly, and follow your instructions. And he's looking at Harper for like what to do. Like, is this part of are we doing another interview?
Students.
I think we're about to be kicked out, but
I want everybody to pair up as we're sparring today.
My eyes go really, really wide as I haven't yet sparred with someone.
Yeah.
Darius, who would you like to pair Penny with for the spar?
Well, if the other 2 hadn't snuck in, I would have paired her with me. But I'm going to allow the 3 of them to spar against me.
Oh, okay. So who would you like to spar with first?
Oh, it's
First.
all 3 of it? Oh, okay.
First, or was it like Battle Royale?
Oh, I was going to have the 3 of them against me.
All right. So as
I've got 2 volunteers. I'm just like, I've got 2 volunteers here to spar against me. And Penny, I want you to be a part of this as well.
Okay, Sensei, I guess.
Carl puts the leaf kind of like on the floor, like sheepishly next to him, and he looks over at you, Harper, and he's like, is this part of the job? I don't know karate.
sometimes when you're undercover, you just gotta roll with the punches. And I pat him on the head if I can reach.
You can. He's got very tousled hair. He's wearing a hoodie always, and he seems like he wants to just melt into the floor at this point. Like he's getting very, very nervous. So who's
Resembling his father a lot right now?
family resemblance? So all the kids, this is actually a unique situation. Normally this doesn't happen at the beginning of class, and so all the other kids who are taking the class almost form like a little ring around you guys. And for a second, you feel the energy of a school cafeteria as it's building up to a fight, fight, fight kind of a energy. But they're all very respectful, but like you can see behind their eyes, they're like, fight, 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 even though they're like standing there like in their perfect pose, perfect position. Darius, you are in the center of the room. You have Penny, your student, who has been trained in this. So Penny, I know you have a +1 to your fight as a teenager, but I think narratively, I'm going to give you another +1 in this particular situation because you have been in this class. Harper, you do not have that +1.
Well, I have a +1 just from
yes, you have your basic
normally
one.
being a teenager. I only have a D6 in fight though, so we'll see how this goes.
We will. So we'll test the fight mechanic of this game, which is an opposed roll. So I would like both Darius and who would like to fight first, or throw the first punch, let's say.
I would like to.
Then I'll have Penny and Darius make opposing fight rolls.
Rolled a 5.
I rolled a 6.
All right. So
These are very. By the way, this sparring, they're wearing pads. Like these, and I'm pulling these hits like a lot. I'm not going out of my way to hurt any child here, including the 2 interlopers.
understood.
Yeah,
And I think too. So the attacker's roll. Who had the greater roll? I apologize. Who had
I
the
did.
6? Darius.
I did.
So you have a roll greater by 1. So you have the
Yeah.
narrative control. So you get to explain how you attack, and the defender narrates what they do to mitigate the harm to them. So what do we see as Darius and Penny in like, I picture like in an anime where it's like split screen and like there's that like lightning that like goes in the middle of the screen. You see like Darius's face on one side and Penny's face on the other. What happens in this first move of the opening combat sequence?
Well, I would actually allow her to take the first strike, and I just move out of the way. And where she's left herself open, I just poke her right there, and I just go, "This is why you always keep your elbow down in that area. I've told you this. You know this. You're getting nervous again."
Penny, as you feel the poke and get this advice, how do you mitigate the harm from the poke?
Can I see that it's just like
Yeah.
a one finger poke?
It looks like it's coming in like a chop motion, and then just you feel like a little poke.
I tense up. And then when he, is telling me that I always have to have my fighting stance correct. Yes, Sensei. Sorry, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei.
With this, Harper, give me a opposed roll for Darius, as Darius's fluid movements in the ring, giving advice and fighting multiple opponents, swirls to fight you, Harper.
Can I, instead of using fight, can I move out of the way with flight instead?
Yes, give me a flight roll opposed with Darius's fight roll.
So it's still against the 6 I rolled?
New roll for Harper.
New.
Yep. And Harper's going to roll with her flight.
Okay.
D12. And I'm just going to be like, I just want to chat. I'm just here to talk. I don't want anything. I only rolled a 6.
And what did you roll, Darius?
Oh, it was a re-roll for me.
Yeah, new combat,
sorry.
new roll.
Sorry, Gotcha.
I'm just here to ask a few questions.
Oh.
I was going to wait until
That's
after.
a 15. That's a 15.
Oh my. So.
And I'm like trying to move out of the way, which clearly
Yes, so in this way, the attacker explains their attack, defender explains how they respond, but the attacker can alter any of the details as the defender explains them. So you have more narrative control in this scene. So what does this look like as Harper is dodging and weaving, but you do have the upper hand here as the instructor of the actual martial art that Harper does not know?
Again, continued with, it looks like I'm going to go for a full strike, and then I just kind of poke her right in the side of the neck, poke her in the belly, and then flick her in the forehead.
And how do you respond?
I'm just gonna I probably fall down and from the ground be like, I probably should sign up for some classes.
Any changes to that, Darius?
I bring out a brochure and hand it to her while she's on the ground.
Thank you, Sensei.
As you say this, Carl, who has let the leaf fall to the ground and is just kind of looking around like, reporter's life is really tough. He is going to go to make his roll. However, at that exact moment, you all hear kind of a rattling from the back door that exits out into the back of the, I guess an alley or the exterior of the building. It's like one of those push bar doors, and it's not typically used to go in and out of the building. It's got a little chain on top, but it's there for emergencies. You hear it begin to rattle.
It's kind of basically, in my head, it's just that's the smoker's exit. It goes right into that back lot where a bunch of other property owners probably park and then just have their breaks out back. So I go, Penny, I basically asked for Penny and one of the other more senior students to run the rest of the class through their kata, and then I also request Penny to just do if they want to take fine. If not, they can sit to the side and just watch.
Chairs or participate?
I want to see what the monster is that's rattling the door. Participate.
Okay. I have everyone line up. Lines. And
Everyone falls into line.
Disperses into lines,
Uh-huh.
and we do our huh, and then we do some hits and other things. I was a wrestler.
You've got a few. I mean, you've got a few. You have
That's what martial arts looks like in this town.
You have don't disrespect me like that.
It's a fictional world.
I actually
This is
did
Pudding
martial
Town,
arts.
baby.
It's Pudding Town.
Anything goes.
Pudding Town martial arts.
You gotta move like pudding.
I turn back around and I'm just like, oh, why did I give her so many stripes on her belt?
No, they probably actually look really good. Just because Jess doesn't know doesn't mean that Penny doesn't know.
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
Can you give me a grit? Can you give me a grit roll, Penny?
Okay.
No.
Or flight would make sense too for your dexterity here.
Oh, absolutely. It is a 19.
Excellent. You glance back at them, Darius, and they're looking pretty good. They kind of look like the instructional video that you would show to people to get them to come to your class. It's on VHS, and it's in the big kind of tube TV up front, always playing as people walk in the door. And I'm
currently having it converted to Laserdisc.
Yes. You're always up on the next trend, just like your parents taught you.
It's going to be huge. It's going to be huge.
So remind me, what's happening with the rattling of the door? Also, Jess, is there any way we can get the applause off of the exciting donation overlay? Because I lose. Is it still on there?
It's not supposed to be.
Oh, it is. No worries. But I did lose a little bit at the end of what you said there, Darius. But we're excited for the donations because March of Dimes. I'm going to throw that in chat.
I said Laserdisc is going to be huge.
Oh, no, sorry. Just to clarify, I know that you had the kids do their routine, but what are you doing about the door rattling?
I'm going to check out what the hell's happening at the back of my business.
Okay, and I know Harper wanted to be a part of that. What's Harper doing?
I'm going to wait a few seconds, and then if I can sneak away to also see what's happening, hopefully without being noticed, I will do that.
Yeah. I think that flight would be the stat for that. So go ahead and give me a flight roll as you try to sneak by and time it correctly.
That is an 8.
Okay. So with an 8, it is a fail, but it's a slight fail. So go ahead and take an adversity token. It's not too bad. So what happens is that Darius sees you doing this because Darius sees everything that happens in his dojo and is very observant. And also Carl notices you, and so Carl also begins to try to slip away. And you feel him there like a shadow, just kind of mouth breathing a little bit behind your right shoulder as he's like, investigative work is exciting.
We have to be quiet.
Darius, you try the door?
Yes.
The door opens easily. You kind of go push it open into the alley behind your business. There's trash cans back there. You usually take out, you empty out the trash in this area. There's the smoker's alley. It butts up against another building, and so you often see people smoking cigarettes back here. You don't see anything that could have caused the door rattle. However, you begin to see the dumpster rattle with the same rattling noise.
I investigated if I have to get these pest control people out here to get rid of these damn raccoons.
How do you
Uh,
investigate it?
I just flip it open.
Yeah?
I kind of
Yeah.
envisioned like Carl and I now at the door itself as Darius moves to the trash can, like stacked like Scooby-Doo style.
Yes. Two of your
Like,
heads poking out over the side. And in the background, you hear like the sounds of yeah, yeah, as like Penny's like taking everyone through the motions of this workout. Penny, are you staying the course with this?
So have I been able to hear much of what's going on outside?
You can hear, well, I would say you would also notice Harper kind of sneaking around with Carl. Um, you don't hear anything else. I think it'd be really hard with everyone yelling.
Okay, I think if I see Harper and Carl sneak off, I'm gonna tell everyone to take a 5.
I left
Um,
you with. I put it was you and another senior student, so the other
okay,
one's good.
yeah.
So they can keep going.
I tell River to keep it going, but just I just really need a break. It's that time, and I don't get into it because I know River's gonna be like, "Ew, gross." So I just like give him the eye, and I scoot out real quick.
River is the sibling of the other kid with the freckles who was talking to Harper. So River is a little bit taller, has freckles as well, and just kind of like gives you a nod and says, "Yeah, no details needed. I got it," and just keeps punching. So it's the three of you. One more head pokes out over the side of the doorway, Penny's head, and it's the three of you stacked like little Scooby-Doo totem pole heads. As you see the figure of your martial arts teacher, Darius, open up the dumpster. And out of the dumpster, the first thing you see for the Scooby-Doo head kids are two hands kind of come up on the side of the edge of the dumpster. The hands are grayish in tone and mottled, and they kind of look like if you put glue on your hands as a kid and let it dry and like have the glue peel off, they look like that, only it's with skin. So this mottled gray skin is just kind of like sloughing off. And you also see these big arms begin to rise up, kind of bony in nature, and then a head with like scraggly, thinning hair. And the first thing you see is an eyeball, but the eyeball hits the edge of the dumpster. It kind of goes as it's like hanging from a thread outside of the socket as this kind of female-esque creature raises up. Darius, you see all of this, but from the front perspective. So you see the entire face is humanoid, but decaying. And you see kind of the mouth is like almost like open, one end higher than the other, and you hear like a rattling breathing noise as it begins to shake the dumpster with this rattling sound. What do you do?
I know what I would do to this. First thing, if it just pops out, I'm gonna fucking punch it.
All right.
First reaction, like never scare a black guy. Like,
Go
we
ahead
all
and
know
make...
that video from years ago where the dude pops out of a trash can and just automatically gets punched in the face.
Go ahead and do a fight roll. Actually, I'd like you to roll grit first, if you wouldn't mind, to see if you can keep a cool head to punch.
That's a 6.
With a 6, so did you add your +3 as an adult?
My +3. I have a +4 to it, so that I rolled a 2.
You rolled a 2.
So
you added a 4. Oh, I see.
I have the skill dat, and I chose grit.
Good.
I have a +1 to brains and grit because I'm an adult.
Good. I'm glad you're adding all of that in your rolls. Yeah. So the rolls you give me are actually with that added in, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So that is a slight failure. Go ahead and take an adversity token. It's not too bad. And so you have the fortitude to do this. It's an instinct for you as a fighter, and your kind of response is to just kind of lash out and protect yourself in the way that you have trained many others to do over the course of your career, short as it is. You're 21, so you got plenty of years to go in this career. But you feel rattled internally, and You feel a feeling you haven't felt since actually there's like a moment as you go to punch this creature when you remember punching another person many years ago as a child, punching and punching and punching on the school play yard where this intense life-changing event happened where you got into a horrible fight and almost killed a child when you were a child yourself. You remember the feel of flesh against your knuckles and that rage filling you, but also the rage of the other child. This was such an emotionally charged event. And you feel that emotion, you feel that kind of memory that has been suppressed in some regard over the course of your military career. It just comes to you in a flash. And so you have that like fear of this creature and other creatures like it. You have a little bit of a fear when you see them, which is not typical for you, not something you tend to fear. So that's
also a weird ass thing.
It's a weird ass thing. It's very weird, but it's weirdly conflated with like a very personal memory for you of violence and fear and flight. So that all is swirling in your head as your arm connects with this creature's face. Go ahead and give a fight roll.
17.
17 is a success, and it is a success impressively. So you might have some additional benefits. So you hit this creature, and the creature reels backwards, and you hear the thunk as it hits into the metal back of the dumpster. And it is stunned, so it is unable to react in this moment. So both you and all of the Scooby-Doo head kids poking out the door have like kind of like free actions in this moment as like the rattling breath and kind of like the shaking stops as the creature seems dazed. We'll go to the kids really quick just to see what they do in this lieu of a moment.
How much are we seeing?
You see all of this, but in periphery.
My face lights up like a Christmas tree, and I'm like, Carl, go get my camera. Are you taking notes? This is amazing. I told you all. And I want Carl to go get my bag, my stuff. I'm like overjoyed at the sight of this monster.
Carl kind of looks down at himself, and he did not bring anything. He left it all in the cubby, and he's like, no, yeah, right away. And he goes and just kind of like takes off and just runs through the dojo area where everyone's doing their movements, or I guess they're on break now. So everyone's just kind of like milling about, and Carl is just like pushing his way through folks. So he's off doing that. What is Penny doing?
I probably let out an audible when I see it, because that matches. That is cottage cheese lady. And I kind of want to piss my pants right now.
Give me a grit roll to keep a cool head.
You'll have to pay for a new key if you do that.
I just thought of the title of the article, Cottage Cheese Lady Confirmed. Beautiful.
Number 1.
Writing that down.
With the fear that you feel, like it's that moment where you realize that having told your little sisters for years that there is no boogeyman, there is no monster under their bed, but there is. And this realization terrifies you, not only of this creature in front of you, but of the fact that like the world as you know it and you understand it as like a young adult, a burgeoning teenager, it's not what you thought it was. And that fear just shakes you to the core. You're going to find it difficult to physically interact with this creature because you're terrified of it. Harper, Carl comes back with your camera, and you feel the cool weight of it in your hands. It's the feeling of truth. What do you do?
I'm going to go start taking pictures of this creature.
How close do you get?
Immediately. I'm pretty smart, so I'm not gonna get close enough where it can like reach out and grab me. But I am gonna get close enough that I can like take pictures. So I do walk out to where I can like get pictures of the inside of the dumpster.
As you get closer, you begin to hear it's a rattling breath and just the unnatural creaking of bones as it makes micro movements, moving around, kind of shaking its head dazed. Darius, what are you doing?
I'm shutting the door on the trash can and locking it inside.
Go
I'm
ahead.
assuming, is this what I
Wait.
don't no, there's no I don't even remotely listen to what the hell she's doing. I just saw a damn hell demon spawn come out of a trash can. I'm closing it and putting the lock on top of the damn trash can.
Give me a
Wait, so
brawn
you have the
roll.
lock? You have the lock on hand?
Trash cans have a lock on top of them so people can't mess with them. You never seen those?
I was thinking like I've seen like actual like lock and keys that go
No,
on
like they have a large little rotary thing, so it basically keeps animals from getting into it. But also, if something's inside of it, it won't be able to just straight up get unless it's got super strength. Brawn roll, you say?
Can I get like one picture
Fascinating.
before the lid closes?
Give me a flight roll.
Okay.
Woo, brawn. That's an 11. Almost exploded.
Oh man, I love exploding dice.
10.
Okay, so let's see. The 10 is a success. The 11 is a failure. It's a slight failure. So go ahead and take an adversity token, Darius.
Oh boy. Oh shit.
Harper, you do get a picture of this creature with your success. However, you hear a hissing sound in your camera as the film begins to corrode on the interior of the camera. Darius, and that's with a success. So you got your picture, but that's the result of taking a picture of it. Darius, the creature is kind of it's in the fold of the dumpster, so like the part of the lid that would close, kind of, you hit it back into it, and you feel the creature, or you see the creature kind of like bend forward and fold with the lid, and then the arms hit back into the dumpster with incredible strength and just begin to bend the lid back, pushing against your force. And it looks up at you, and the one dangling eyeball is like still dangling down, but the other eye, the more humanoid eye, locks eyes with you, and it kind of cricks its neck and says, "No." What do you do?
I'm not letting go of this lid. I'm still pressing down. I just go, no, what?
What is Penny doing?
Nothing. I am literally just still like the wall is here, what's happening is over here. I am literally just like hovering behind the wall. I'm not taking my eyes off of whatever the heck is happening, but I am certainly not going any closer.
Carl is standing right next to you, and he's like kind of like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Harper.
I was just gonna say, without looking at Carl, I'm like, Carl, you're taking notes, right? And I'm like looking at the monster.
Carl was most certainly not taking notes. He was looking at Penny as if for confirmation of like, this is freaking weird, right? And then when you say that, Harper, he's like, yeah, no, totally. And he reaches into his notepad and flips it back to the page where he had drawn those stick figures describing what your sisters had told him. And he looks at you, Penny, and he's like, is this for real?
I don't look at him. I don't take my eyes off this. Carl, I don't want to be here right now.
Can I hear them talking?
I don't want to be here at all. I just want to go home.
Can I hear the kids talking?
As an adult, yeah, I think you can kind of focus on both things.
Get just that shock of anger that they're still even here and haven't ran for their lives. Just like, get the hell back inside!
What do you do?
I like peep out, Sensei, and that's it. I can't move. I can barely talk. I'm just really frightened.
Carl is narrating all of this. Penny looks scared. Penny is not moving. Like he's just writing down everything that's happening again. Darius, The creature, as you say, get back inside, the creature kind of goes and gets right into your face, and you can smell the putrid smell of like rotting breath as it's an inch away from you.
If I turn the flash on, can I try to like blind the monster and take another picture?
Yeah, do you do that?
Yep.
The camera, although the film is corroded, the camera still functions. The flash goes off and the creature hisses as the light kind of hits the one humanoid eye that's facing the periphery where you are standing. And it kind of shrinks backwards a little bit away from the light, and like it swivels its head to you, Harper.
And I'm just like, hi.
I was gonna say, in that brief moment where it's blinded, I headbutt its ass.
Give me give me a flight roll to see how quick you can move, and then go for your fight.
Not my best. Ooh, that explodes. 8 total.
Awesome. 8 is a success, slight success. So you are fast enough to do this. Go ahead and give me a fight roll.
Oh God.
You can spend adversity tokens.
True. That would make it an 8 with all of my adversity tokens.
On your fight?
I rolled a 3.
So an 8 is a slight success as well. You are a trained fighter in hand-to-hand melee combat. So you're hitting it?
When the flash happens, after it's just gotten into my face, I see the flash happen. I take that slight thing, because I'm assuming since it's still coming at me, it's trying to attack me. So I just go boom, and I go right back to try to stuff it back in that to trap it in again in the trash can.
You know what? I'm processing slowly, but the flight roll is against a DC. I think the fight roll has to be against it. I think it has to be an opposed roll with it. Does that sound right to y'all?
Probably.
I think so. Okay, let me roll for it then.
As I noticed that Harper's camera flash like made the monster like take a step back, I kind of just like tap Carl, and I'm just like, go get flashlights, go get flashlights, go get flashlights, go.
Okay, so a few things happen. The opposed roll fails, so that still happens. Darius, you still get to narrate the success of your punch. Penny is sending Carl off, and Carl is, again, tripping over himself. At this point, all of the kids are looking at Carl as though he is the weirdest kid they've ever seen, because he has run through the dojo not once, but twice with just like this manic, frightened energy on what they think is just a normal class period. And so you hear a few of the kids say, "What is wrong with that kid?" As he is just like tearing through going, "Flashlights! Flashlights!" And the kids are like, "What? Are you playing a game, Carl? What's wrong with you?" And he's just frenetically looking for flashlights in the dojo itself.
There'd be one in the front office area.
In my time, like helping you clean the dojo after class, would I know where the flashlights are to tell him where to go?
They're in the front office area in case power does go out.
Okay, I want to retcon what I say. Flashlights, front office, second drawer down.
I won't
go.
I won't even retcon Carl though. Like he still does all of that, but like with the information, and eventually makes his way into the space that you told him. Yelling flashlights as though he's a Pokemon that can only say what he has been sent to do.
Carl's the MVP.
Darius, can you again narrate what happens? You punch this thing into the back of the dumpster again?
When Harper flashes after it's gotten to my face, I'm assuming it's coming in to bite me or whatever. And then the flash happens. I take that brief moment to just headbutt it.
Mm-hmm.
And when it goes back in, I go right back to stuffing it back in the damn thing until these damn kids get back in the building. I basically try to hold this thing off so they can go away.
So your fight roll is a success, and it does kind of crumple again. You would need a brawn roll, though, to close the dumpster on it.
And as I'm doing this, I say, get back in the damn building.
Do you listen, Harper?
No, not a chance.
What do you do?
I'm gonna stand here. There's a monster. This is good quality zine stuff happening out here. I have to stay.
Are you
That's
trying
a
to do
5.
anything else with your camera?
I do have extra film, but it's just gonna corrode. So, I'm gonna have to find like another way to take pictures.
I'm about to sidekick you if you don't.
You got a 5, Darius?
Yeah, 5.
A 5. So again, as a fail, take an adversity token. The creature seems to be able to be hit, and you can feel like the impact of your fist, the impact of your forehead. It's like making contact, and it's sending it reeling. But then there's this superhuman kind of just from the depths of its being strength that is just preventing you from closing this lid, as you hear all of the bones in its arms cracking and literally snapping as it's holding up the lid to prevent it from closing down upon itself. And you hear in that raspy voice, "Don't."
What do you want?
As you say that,
don't get in my face again.
I like pull a notebook out of my pocket and I'm like, monster says don't.
Harper's writing, Darius is interacting with it, and with Penny, Carl comes kind of risky business sliding around the corner with 3 flashlights from the desk drawer up front. And you hear from behind him one of the kids saying, "What are you doing, weirdo?" As he like risky business slides next to you and just kind of like fumbles with one of the flashlights. "Here, I got extra batteries."
I yell over my shoulder, "Shut the door, Chase!" And I snatch 2 of the flashlights from him. I flick them both on, and I am going to attempt to run up.
Awesome.
What's this?
Give me a flight roll.
It's a 17.
That is a success, a significant success. So, how would you like this to look in your action montage as Penny like jumps into action?
It probably seems like a non-sexy Baywatch, or at least it feels like that as I'm rushing there, because I am literally scared out of my mind. But I've got, in each hand, I've got flashlights as I'm coming up. So you guys are, if you're looking at me, are being blinded with every, flick of my hands. But I get there. I stand probably like 3 feet behind Darius, and I'm just holding up the flashlights into both eyeballs.
Awesome. The creature kind of hisses and releases its grip on the dumpster lid for a moment, Darius, as you say, "Don't get up in my face again," as these flashlights hit right into its eyes, and you kind of hear it kind of like screeching. Its movements are jerky and unsteady, and its head is kind of like writhing around on this very dexterous pole of a neck, like just kind of like all over the place, elongated. As it cannot look at you directly, Penny, but it is able to look at you, Darius, and it says, in just the quietest voice, as you have the strength now to close the lid, as it's kind of weakened by the light that's hitting its eyes, it says, "Help!"
This is some type of zombie ET.
Is that what you say?
Yes. And then immediately, since it hasn't attacked me, I've been attacking out of fear and trying to protect these kids. So my first thought, since you said I've gotten it closed in there, and I hear it say "help."
You could. So you feel it's the strength that it had, like opposing your strength. It's just trying to like look away from this light, so it's no longer focusing its strength on holding the lid open. So you could close it if you'd like.
I don't slam it on top of it. I do close it simply so I can turn around at these 3 and I look direct, and I just go, put the flashlight down.
I flip them off to conserve batteries, and I kind of look up like, I just saved your butt.
I kind
I'm
of
not
picture
gonna
it
say
like
anything
in a
about it.
Western when you like flip the guns around, like spin them around and like put them in the holsters.
Yeah.
Carl's
I
just
heard
waving
myself.
awkwardly.
I
Hi,
could have sworn
Sensei.
I heard myself say, "Get back inside." I know I said it. I was there when I said it.
Sensei,
my
we had to
sensei.
help.
No, you didn't. I told you to get inside.
There's a lot of opposing people telling me to do different things, so I'm just trying to do my best.
I'm
Says
the
What
Carl.
the
adult.
heck was that?
You, what's your name?
You're not that much older than me.
He points at Carl.
Carl Peterson.
Carl Peterson. I just met your dad, I'm pretty sure. I'm the adult here. I say get inside. You see there's a danger. That means go back inside. She's
Carl
not the
works-
No.
Carl works for me, and
Hey.
you're not my sensei.
Sensei, I have a little bit of skin in the game. This is the monster that my sister saw. This is what I was telling you about when I first got to class.
Okay.
No,
I
it's
get
not
that.
cool.
I
It's freaking
get
scary.
no. I get that. Again, adult. The supervisor of you said get inside. You then put yourself in danger.
I stomp one of my feet and I cross my arms and I say, Sensei, you always tell me that I need to not start running away from all of my problems. This is one of my problems now, so I'm not running.
There's a difference between running from a problem and running from a damn monster, Pity.
Sensei?
Get inside.
And I do a deep breath and I just completely disregard him saying get inside. No. This is my fight, and I'm here, and I'll find a different dojo if that's what you want me to do after this.
I flip the lid to the damn thing, and I just step to the side.
And I unholster my flashlights, put them on, say what you want, Sensei, but I'm staying.
In this kind of 80s movie poster scene with Penny in the middle with the two flashlights, on either side we see Harper and Carl. Carl is still just like waving awkwardly and like looking around trying to figure out who he's supposed to be listening to. What is Harper doing?
I just have like a notebook ready, and I'm just kind of like standing there, like looking over into the dumpster, like ready to take notes.
And with a flourish of motion, Darius kind of nonchalantly flips open the lid, and the creature begins to crawl out. It still with the hands, and then the shoulders and arms, and then lifts its torso with like an incredible strength, doing like a full body press. And instead of tumbling forward, you see these like humanoid legs, but they are kind of bent and cracked in unnatural ways. Like one of the knees is like popped backwards. And it kind of perches on the edge of the dumpster, and then it leaps forward towards the group of the kids. What do you guys do as you see it flying towards you?
Are the flashlights doing anything to it?
The flashlights are disorienting it, but it is still flying at you.
Oh, is this an attack?
You just see it flying at you, and it's making that gurgling noise.
I start walking slowly backwards, but I have the flashlight up and I say, Carl, the other flashlight, turn it on.
Carl turns it on as well. Give me a flight roll as you move back from this flying creature.
I'll take a hefty step back.
Harper, give me a flight roll as well.
I'm going to use all 4 of my adversity tokens, and we're going to say that's a 9.
All right.
I'm gonna let
9.
these kids die. I'm about to let these kids die. since they want to be grown.
You also got a 9?
Yep.
A 9 is a very slight success. So you are able to avoid contact with this creature, and it lands in front of you, still hunched, and it kind of like cricks its neck up to look at both of you. And you can just smell the smell of death, like an animal that got caught under the porch and has been left to rot in the sun for a few weeks. Like it's that very old death smell. Both of you give me a brains roll, please, as Carl shakily like puts the flashlight at it, and it's going as it's like kind of frozen in motion under the hot gaze of these spotlights.
Dumpster
14.
diving Smeagol.
At an 8.
14 and an 8.
Mhm.
Harper, you recognize this to be looking a lot like someone from your high school.
Okay.
It was someone who was talking about signing up for the dojo a while back. Didn't really know much else about this person other than they had a passing interest. I love this cat butt. That they had a passing interest in kind of getting involved in the studio here.
Okay.
But it looks a lot like this person.
When I notice it's not actually attacking them, I walk back over.
Darius, as an adult, you don't need to roll for this. Upon closer inspection, you do see that this creature is wearing is it a gi from the uniform? Very tattered and modeled, but it's your uniform from your school.
Do I recognize the student?
Do you go around the other side with the kids to look at
I'll
the
go
front of the
around.
creature?
Because I'm gonna block the light. Once I notice the key, I block the light.
As the light is blocked, so you're in the middle, in between the kids and the
Yes.
flashlights and the creature.
Yes.
As the light is blocked, the creature is no longer kind of paralyzed in the spotlight, and it begins to kind of much like Gollum and Smeagol scuttle around, and it goes into the corner and just kind of crouches there and says,
"You're not going to kill me again, are you?"
No. I didn't. Who are you?
"I'm Jennifer."
I would write down anything this creature says and any observations that I made.
Jennifer. So being that she's wearing my gi, I know who Jennifer is.
you indeed had a student named Jennifer a few months ago, came to a few classes, seemed really excited about the prospect of learning more martial arts, and then just kind of dropped off your radar.
Put the flashlights down, Penny.
I click them off, holster the flashlights, and I give Sensei a very
Go tell the class that.
perplexed look.
Go tell everyone the class is dismissed for the day, please.
Yes, Sensei.
And I kneel down in front of Jennifer. I know.
Jennifer shrinks back, kind of pressing up against the wall. Give me a grit roll, as the smell is almost unbearable at this close proximity.
8.
An 8 is a slight success. You feel the bile rising in the back of your throat. It's nauseating, but you're able to maintain this close distance.
What happened to you?
I was killed. Sort of. Taken and tied, made to connect to something, some machine. I escaped before they finished with me.
Could you? This be the one time where in a movie, everyone will be like, "Why didn't you go to the cops?"
It said Harper's gonna say, "Do you know where this was? The machine."
No, but I know who saved me.
Who was it?
She looks up at all of you. One of her eyeballs is hanging out of her head. She's not really alive anymore. And she says,
You'll think I'm crazy.
Nope,
This is not one of those moments.
not at all.
She kind of looks around and you hear the cracking of her neck as she's like looking between all of you. Carl is just shaking in his boots and he's like flicking the flashlight on and off. He's like, "Are we doing the flashlight still or no? Yes, no?"
I just like
No.
wave my hand at Carl. No, dude.
Sorry.
I come back out, slam the door, and I say, I said practice is over. And then I say, no, Carl, apparently not.
Carl puts the flashlight down. He's very good at taking direction. He's very bad when the directions conflict with one another. Jennifer looks up at now all of you. Penny returned and says,
The one who saved me was Sherilyn Buckweather.
My eyes just get like really big as this story just keeps getting like more paranormal and more amazing.
I look around. Cheryl Buckweather. And I see that Harper is just having a field day with this. So I lean over and I whisper, can you remind me about Cheryl Buckweather?
She
Who
fell
is
into a
that?
vat of pudding.
He's a ghost. Sherilyn Buckweather is a ghost. Fell into a vat of pudding.
They
Is the
find
reason
you.
why is the reason why like the whole factory like shut down in the first place is like haunting the Buckweather mansion is part of the reason why I wanted to get into Darius's house. I look up at Darius and then I look down at my notes and then like not at Darius again because I just like brought that up again.
Darius is extremely pissed off, and you can blatantly see that on his face, but it has nothing to do with you.
That's fair.
"Yes."
They take you after one of my classes.
Jennifer is kind of, I think she's realizing where she is in the alley and like kind of the attack and everything. And like she has that bruise, like kind of mushed face from like where you were hitting her before. Like her face hasn't like snapped back with elasticity. It's just kind of like an indentation. And she kind of like touches the wound and like her hand pulls away and like some strings of flesh come with it. And she's like,
No. Can we go somewhere safe? People keep trying to scream and attack me.
Well, since we're in the parking lot, I'm sure my truck is back here. You let class out, right?
Yes, Sensei. Everyone has shuffled out. I locked the front door with a child inside, apparently. I did not lock the front door, but I flipped the closed sign on, and I put the lights out.
I go back inside quickly and get my keys. And I open the hatch of the truck and I let Jennifer get inside of it.
Jennifer,
We should like all go to your house just to, make sure there's no other like weird paranormal stuff happening.
Jennifer clambers
I'm
in.
an expert.
Carl's nodding after everything that Harper says. "Yeah, definitely need to check it out. She knows everything about everything. She knew about this before it even happened."
You're just gonna come here, aren't you?
I'm just asking if we all should go.
"I think we should all go."
I'm asking for permission.
I'm just getting in. Front seat.
You clamber into the front seat. Jennifer's in the back. She's just kind of like sitting, like she goes to like buckle in and then like realizes the futility of that, like looking at her arm like almost disattached from her body, and she's just like, then her arms fall limply at her sides and she just kind of like looks around, nodding her head.
I open the windows to keep the smell from getting boxed in.
Yep.
And then just pass a bunch of the pine tree cones and put them right next to her.
Like hang them off her.
No, just next to her.
She's surrounded by small pine tree air fresheners. Carl and Harper are still standing in the alleyway waiting for an invitation. She's pretty good
Fine.
at this stuff.
Awkwardly.
Fine.
Sweet.
Yes! 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 Carl goes to high five you.
Yes.
You're not my student, so if you die, it's not on me. And then
That is absolutely fair, and I like hop into the truck just grinning.
Carl also hops into the
Even though
truck.
that was kind of horrible.
He's the one that has to sit next to Jennifer. So Carl's just kind of like in the middle, like keeping his arms very close to his sides, like looking left and right, like, oh, good. Like all of that energy of like, yes, is like dissipated as he's like,
I get in the truck and then kind of like shake Carl excitedly, like, isn't this great? So he like kind of moves closer to the monster and then away.
Yeah, this is great. Like every time he gets closer to the monster, his face gets more and more distressed. But that is where we'll take our first break as the truck heads out from behind the dojo, full of a undead creature, 3 curious kids, and 1 protective but also perturbed martial arts instructor, and the rumors of a ghost saving the life of of this kind of undead creature. And what is going on in this supposedly sleepy little town, as we will take our first break and come back with more Kids on Bikes in 10 minutes. So stay tuned. And let's drop charity links in the chat. How are we doing, Jess, on the rolls?
Yeah, Daryl has a re-roll. It was given just a little bit too late to be re-rolled for Carl and Carl's dad to see each other. But you do have a re-roll, Daryl. So make sure you get in there and use it. And y'all, you can go to the Tiltify link right now and dole out some re-rolls, a +3 to any roll, and an auto success to any of our characters. You'll also be entered in to win a raffle prize, and it's all listed in there in the Tiltify, so go check it out.
Awesome. Thank you. And yes, this is all for March of Dimes, so go check out their website as well for more information about the causes that you'll be supporting. But yeah, we're heading to break, and we will see you soon with more Kids on Bikes. Thanks for hanging out. hello everyone, we are back with more Kids on Bikes. And I think, the beauty of an early morning tabletop stream, this is the part where the caffeine really has hidden for everybody. So we're going to see for me, I'll speak for myself. For me, I drink coffee on my morning streams, and then after break, I'm like, all right, let's do it. So I'm excited to see the rising action as our kids and resident adult have found a very weird creature who is dead, undead, former classmate. Maybe something happened here. They need to figure out what's going on, how it ties into the larger mysteries of the town, and what they can do to help out Forgotten Springs, which is a nice place to live, but maybe not so nice if this stuff keeps happening. So as we head back into our show, let me get the music going here. We zoom in on our truck pulling up to Darius's house, which, this is kind of an infamous place in the town. Darius had grown up here, was sent away to military school, came back to this town after creating his own business here, and he created pretty much the only new construction the town has seen in a long time. So it was the talk of the town. Harper has long had a vested interest in this place. And you find yourselves in the front entryway of Darius's home. Darius, what do we see as we look around?
Well, when we pull up, it's a gate. I have one of those new auto gates that people are getting on their homes.
What's your best 90s decor?
My best 90s decor?
Yeah.
Oh boy. I almost want to say it's just Scarface's house. No.
Oh gosh.
It's a lot of dark colors on the inside, purposely made to look like he broods in here, because he does. It's about a 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath. There's a pool out back. There is a pool house, and the foyer just has the stairs going up. Off to the side, looks like a lounging room, maybe a drinking room for people, for entertaining people, but he doesn't entertain people. He looks like he had this house built to do a lot of, because that's what he thinks people would have in their home, but then he probably uses 2 rooms maybe. He has his bedroom, the kitchen, and then his personal office / real actual brood room, because it's just a chair with books, and the blinds are always pulled, and he just kind of sits in there.
Awesome.
Before we get out of the
Go
truck, can I try to take a picture of the undead lady through the mirror of the truck?
Do you change out your film?
Yes, because I have extra film in my bag.
Is your flash on?
No, I would turn the flash off.
Good questions. How much film do you think you have in your backpack on your character sheet?
I carry probably 5 rolls of film. I'm pretty prepared to take photos.
Cool. So you have 3 left now, 3 extra?
I think I have, yes, I have a fresh roll in the camera now, and then 3 left in the bag.
Awesome. So yeah, as you switch out the roll of film, you kind of focus in on the mirror, and it's that very artistic shot of just the person's face in that small rearview mirror at the front of the car. And you see Jennifer. Now that you recognize her to be Jennifer, she's a lot less scary to look at, but still not pleasant. I mean, there's a lot of physical unpleasantness about Jennifer's body, and just the way it has no longer, it's human and not human. And that kind of macabre space is very unsettling. But you see the reflection, and you depress the shutter, and you're ready for the hiss and kind of the corrosion of the film. Does not come. You are able to take the photo of Jennifer in the reflection.
Amazing.
And you think for a moment, when she noticed you were doing this, like she like locks eyes with the mirror, so she's like looking forward at the mirror, and you think it might be a smile, but you can't quite tell as like most of the muscles in her face are no longer connected to the parts that make her be able to smile. So it's just kind of like a general grimace, and she says,
We're gonna have to full-blown invisible man this, aren't we? Just cover her in gauze.
But you find yourselves in Darius's well-adorned, if not regularly used, home, except for a few rooms and brooding spaces. What do you all do as Jennifer kind of shuttles in with you and just kind of very much in a hunched manner, limbs moving in an unsteady way, kind of shuffles through the various spaces, leaving a small trail of falling off skin and other pieces of biomatter in her wake?
Dear God.
I want to look around without making it obvious. I'm very nonchalant about everything because I've never, seen Sensei's home. I've literally just seen the dojo, so I'm just like peeking around, but I'm not making it obvious like I'm sure Harper is.
You saw like the 4-car garage that I pulled into, of which there are actually three other cars.
I'm just like looking over here, take a picture this way. Like,
I go and change clothes out of my key.
that's fair.
Yeah, Harper is still in a bathrobe, like a fuzzy bathrobe.
Well, I had changed into
Oh, that's
Clothes
right.
that don't fit
This-
you.
clothes
That's
that don't fit me, so I probably put the bathrobe over top of that because the clothes don't fit. So I am now in a gi and a bathrobe.
Awesome. Yeah, Carl's looking around.
fashionable.
Carl will actually lower his voice to say to both you, Penny, and to you, Harper, wait, is this the house that's connected to the haunted house? Is this house haunted too? Why are we in a
Yeah.
haunted house?
Because it's amazing.
I don't think.
Look at this place.
Why,
Clearly
but
haunted.
why do we need another haunted? Like, we've got like a dead girl with us. Why do we need a haunted house?
Don't bring it up. That's probably really insensitive. Oh my
Sorry.
God. Are you okay,
I
Jennifer?
come down the stairs hearing this. I'm just like, my house isn't haunted. My house is brand new.
Harper says it's
And then
haunted. Harper's never
That's because
wrong.
Really? Harper's never wrong?
Not so far.
You sure?
I am pretty
Sure
smart.
about that? You sure about that?
With the tunnels connected from the
There are
Buckner
no
house,
there are no tunnels connecting our
the
houses.
ghosts kind of just move.
Do you think
across
when I
the-
had my house built, I didn't check the infrastructure to see if there were damn tunnels
I've
connecting
seen
my house to it?
the paperwork, and they're close enough that from your basement, the tunnels are unfortunately connected to your land. Sorry.
Yeah,
The only thing in my basement is a theater.
I
mean,
was at
that's
the
cool.
library when she asked for the schematics of your house, and they thought it was weird, but they gave it to her. You might want to talk to the librarian.
Okay, so this is all very well, but we have a ghost. Sorry, Jennifer, with us, and I think maybe there's more pressing things at hand.
Jennifer
I
is
don't-
sitting on the sofa, and like just like a little pile of like bodily ooze is like dripping into the fabric and like puddling on the floor. She's got one arm up on the edge, and she's just like trying to lounge, but her body is just like disconnected in the strange way, so she just looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I've got so much gauze in my hands as I'm coming downstairs. Just like, okay, first of all, I'm gonna need you to stand your ass up off my couch.
Jennifer
Okay,
stands, and
we're
the puddle gets
we're about to
bigger.
wrap you up. Yeah, we're about to wrap your ass up like a mummy. Just before we go any further, because this, and I just point at the trail that's been dragged in. No, this we're fixing this. We're gonna fix
Sorry.
this.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. It's not your. We're gonna find out whose fault it is. It's not your fault. Okay. Since Harper and Carl had to tag along, you two get to help me wrap up Jennifer's body. Alright, yeah. It's been in my head since you said the name was Jennifer. So I do my best to take off the gi without causing any further sloughing, and I just wrap. I
It's
know.
gonna be a really high DC. Can you give me? I'm thinking flight based on dexterity, but maybe grit just for like, can you do this?
I feel like, and so yeah, if I don't roll a high enough grit, I just do it over top of the gi.
Now you can have a planned roll for this, which is a mechanic where you take the halve because you're not in any kind of rush. You're in your home. You have time to do this. So if you'd
Right.
like to take the half, you can if you have a high enough dice that you think would be a good padding.
My grit's only a D8, so half would be 8 anyway. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll it.
Before I start helping, I want to make sure I preserve that photo that I took. I'm actually going to take that film out of my camera and put it back in its little, like, plastic thing
Mm-hmm.
and, like, put that somewhere safe and put a new roll of film in my camera so that if anything happens to that, like if I end up taking a picture that has her in it and it gets corroded again, I don't lose that one picture that I have.
Understood. Where do you put the canister?
Probably in my backpack.
Okay.
But like fold it into something so that it's like secure even inside. I'm like, this is like my one actual real monster photo that I took that you can see clearly a monster in it. I gotta preserve that. So I like pack it into something, maybe like take my like half-eaten sandwich from lunch and like toss that into a trash can and like put it inside the like plastic sandwich case and then like put that inside something else and then like in the backpack.
Perfect. You're making a what is that? Is it a Russian doll? The stacking dolls where you kind of like unearth them. Yeah, and the film's at the center. What was that, Darius?
My very first roll, because I just started rolling while Nana was talking, was a total of 8. I'm going to save my reroll for a more pertinent action. I'm just gonna say I'm just going to wrap up the gi as well, because it's part of her now.
You do find it hard to like. You try to remove the gi and it's not coming off. It has been fused to the body in many places. It does cause a lot of sloughing as you attempt this in the failed roll. Your couch is not looking good. Nor is the floor underneath Jennifer, but you are able to wrap her successfully. Sloughing, though, out of control.
I'm rich. I'll buy a new one. I can set that thing on fire. Which I'm gonna have Carl help me carry it out to the courtyard.
Carl has turned a slight shade of green and is like standing very far away from everyone. Jennifer looks between all of you and just kind of like, for the first time since you met her, seems more human than not. First, she seemed more undead than anything else, but wrapped up in this pseudo clothing of hers that kind of keeps the parts all held together in a more cohesive way. She almost looks a little bit more like her old self until the eyeball pops out again and starts dangling.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'd probably pop that eyeball right back in there and just put a extra bit of gauze on the side so it stays. Like it has to be like someone would have to punch her in the back of the head to make it come out again. But like I basically try to make a good enough thing so it just stays inside of it.
Like a piece of medical tape, just
yeah.
But yeah, with all of this kind of bandaging and being pieced back together, she looks at all of you and nods. Thanks.
I then just throw a hoodie at Harper because she looks ridiculous.
Thank
and
you.
Another one at Jennifer so she doesn't just look like a weird mummy.
Jennifer has a lot of trouble putting on the hoodie, but while she's attempting it, you're free to ask her any questions you'd like.
Yes. Where do you remember waking up as I'm assisting with this zip-up hoodie? Like, just putting it over one long-ass arm and then bringing it around and just kind of tugging at the thing to make it longer and bring the other arm through.
It's a lot like putting a hoodie on a Dali painting. Like just like the limbs are like very like outstretched and unresponsive, like the giraffe legs in a long Dali painting. But you do manage to do it as you described. She answers you by saying,
In room, other people there. All restrained. Big machine. Big machine.
I pipe up, so like in a factory.
Yes. Like factory.
Hmm.
And it's been established that the only factory in this town was the pudding factory, right?
the now defunct pudding factory with kind of rumors of being restarted, yes. Although I do believe your mom also you think works at a factory, but it could also be your child's understanding of like what adults do. But yes, that's like the most notorious factory in town, other than the one your mom may or may not work at. You'd have to follow up with your mom on that.
I don't care too much to follow up, unfortunately.
It also occurs to Darius the business proposition that was brought to him earlier about having basically portions of different businesses brought in being a part of the factory once it got revamped. So it could also just be one of you said it was four specific businesses, mine included, I believe, because they asked for me specifically.
Is Darius talking out loud?
No, he's having his noir detective moment where Rain, it's always happening out here.
Doesn't it like never rain in Forgotten Springs?
It's very dry.
That's a noir trope.
The desert. Sand. It gets everywhere.
Dry. It's drying up just like this mystery.
As Darius
gosh.
is zoning out with like kind of like the lighting in his place has like a light blue like shine of light kind of going across half of his face, and like the rest of him is in shadow, and he's just like kind of having this like noir moment of like contemplating all of this. Harper and Penny, is there anything you would like to ask Jennifer?
I go to start saying something, but then look over to Harper, knowing that Harper probably has a billion questions that she wants to ask this ghost zombie creature of the swamp thing.
She's a mummy now.
I think I am like taking a lot of notes, and I'm trying to think of like a really good question. But I think that Harper's also like trying to figure out how to get into the pudding factory, because there is probably like a lot of like security and like other things happening there. Because even though it is like abandoned, they probably don't want like children or Harper's showing up. Because I'm sure that I have attempted to, because there is in fact a ghost there. I probably have tried to enter into that building before and have been thwarted. Otherwise, I would have known potentially what was happening in there in the first place. Joe.
About what time is it? Sorry.
It's kind of dusk. It was dark enough for the flashlights to be seen.
Okay. I look at Carl. Do you have to call your dad and let him know that you're out with friends?
I mean, my dad, he works late lately, and you know, he kind of is okay if I come home a little bit late. He usually doesn't ask.
Hey, what's your dad? Who does your dad work for, by the way? Do you know who is your daddy and what does he do? Do you know who
Roll a charm roll.
Oh God. 2.
2. That is staggering failure. So
Yeah.
Carl is like, my dad, he's in sales. He like does stuff with like selling stuff, and he's completely unhelpful.
I stare at him the same way I stared at his father earlier today.
You see little baby beads of sweat begin to break out on his forehead, the beginnings of a nervous tick.
Like father, like son.
Sorry.
Don't. It's fine. Don't apologize. Just be better. So
Jennifer.
we'll get you
Yes.
class.
And I'm a little taken aback by her speaking to me. How many kidnappers were there?
I was near the woods and they took me. There were 3 creatures.
And she's kind of like remembering as this as like her thoughts focus in on it, and you see like the pieces of her old life come back into her consciousness.
Not people, creatures.
And she looks down at herself.
Like I am now.
I like go to reach out a hand to like comfort her, think of it, put it in my pocket.
She's covered in wearing a hoodie.
Yeah, but she's smelly.
She's very smelly. She sees the gesture, and like the human part of her focuses in on it, and like again you try to like, it's almost like a smile, but the face just can't construct it, and so it's just like this blank look of just like
I make that like awkward, scared, like, oh, I'm uncomfortable and don't know how to process this sound.
I see Penny go to do that, and then I do it because I ain't scared of no ghost.
And you have the adult stats of doing things like that. But Penny, I'd like you to roll grit again, because you were terrified of this creature before. Let's see how you're reacting now.
It's still a 1.
You cannot bring yourself to touch or interact with Jennifer. She's just still terrifying to you on a deep level. She represents what goes bump in the night being real.
So now I can't interact with her?
Physically.
Okay.
Or it's difficult for you to do so.
Okay.
Which your RP was on point with that just now. So that kind of like hesitation.
Is the factory near the woods? I'm assuming the factory is going to be further on the edges of the town. But
The factory,
she said
yeah, it's located kind of like behind the woods. So there's like a path through it that trucks used to go through to go into the factory gates. And the old Buckweather mansion is also back there as well. They were the owners of the factory back in the early 1900s.
So we are near it. So even more annoyingly, this happened near my house.
Yeah, because your house is haunted. That's what Harper's been saying.
I throw a pin at Carl.
Oh!
I'm just like nodding, like, and then as you throw the pen, I'm like, hey!
I throw one at Harper too.
Don't abuse my assistant, and then I just get like hit with the pen, and I'm like,
that was for what you that was for what you did in the 8th grade. I remember you.
Don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. You were annoying then. You're annoying now.
Children, shall we continue to Jennifer? There is proof of life after death, and we're sitting here and we're throwing pins at each other, and I just don't think that we all understand the gravity of this situation. Can we focus?
Oh,
I have kids to go and watch after this.
I fully understand the gravity of the situation. I just don't let it get the best of me and make me get flustered like you.
You don't? You just threw 2 pens! I don't even know where you got to! Are you taking stuff out of my backpack?
We're at your home, so you're Darius now. You're kind of mean when you're not Sensei. And I don't know if I like that. Anyways, Jennifer, can you remind me, how long ago did this happen?
As Penny says that to Jennifer, Darius, do you have a reaction to Penny finding this other side of her teacher?
I
The
stare
stricter side?
blankly. No, I stare blankly like I usually do.
Okay. So, can you repeat the question to Jennifer, Penny?
How long ago did this happen to you?
Couple months. More people came in too. More captured people in the room. You say I'm life after death, but I think it was interrupted. I think Jennifer is half.
Half in, half out.
Mrs. Buckweather saved me.
You know where we can find Mrs. Buckweather?
Room with machine. Jennifer just ran in the woods.
Pudding room. As the adult who probably actually, well, Harper probably listens to the news as well. You said that there have been reports of people missing, but a lot of people were just writing that off as they were leaving town, correct?
Yeah, that's what you gleaned from your earlier brains roll.
Right.
Would I have, like, a really old picture of what the factory used to look like in an old copy of the zine that I could show to Jennifer and ask if that's what she saw? So, like,
Yeah.
not a new picture because I haven't been able to get in there, but, like, an old picture that I could be like, is this maybe where you were?
Because this is a planned action, you can use half of your brain stat for that, so you don't even have to roll if you'd
Okay.
like to do so.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you absolutely, I mean, your zine goes back to like pretty much every landmark in town. You have an exploratory issue of like, is this place haunted? Question mark. So
Yeah.
there's a litany of different photos of places in town. And yes, you have that older photo. And Jennifer looks at it and her eyes widen and she's like,
Was there.
Yeah, and so I would just have, like, I would have been, like, digging through my bag while everyone's talking and kind of just, like, fold open the zine and just be like, yeah, would this maybe pudding factory? And it's, you know, I took it out of, like, old articles of maybe, like, when it was shut down.
yeah, the older photo you're showing of the factory or of the house?
Factory.
Yes, she nods and she's like,
Saw this.
And I'm gonna, like, look at everyone else and yeah, I think she was in the pudding factory, guys. This is really horrible and exciting. Like, monsters are real.
You think
What
we
a
right.
good
might get some
reaction.
pudding while we're there?
What?
It's you know, I usually have a snack after karate practice, and I'm just I could eat, and it's a pudding factory, and maybe they have some tasty pudding that we can have as a treat while we're there.
That sounds great.
Probably like old pudding, but I always have snacks, and I'm gonna like open my bag and just like hand out to like Carl.
Oh,
and
do you
Penny,
have
like,
fruit roll-ups? Those are my favorite.
always? And I just like,
Gushers?
Oh, gushers too.
you got it.
The only snacks I have here are peanuts and beef jerky.
Okay, but-
protein.
But Harper, do you have bugles?
Of course I do.
Okay, I open up the bugles and I put a bugle on every finger, and then I go.
Now it's the 90s.
And then I
I-
also toss like a couple of juice boxes at them.
Oh, do you have any Capri Sun?
Actually. They are Capri Suns. Let me retcon that a little bit. They are Capri Suns specifically.
Your
I
backpack
at
feels
some
much
point-
lighter. Go ahead,
Okay,
Darius.
I at some point do call the police.
I thought it was in conjunction to the snacks.
No.
I
Just
just
to
had so many snacks in my bag.
no. I call the police and report like an actual missing persons and say that it happened around the area. I don't say like, oh, there's dead people walking, but I do put out there just so they put people out to search. I specifically uh basically just like, oh, there's something's happening out in the woods. I think something bad happened, like that type of general thing, just to get. We're going, like we're
I was
going,
gonna say, are we not
but
gonna go?
oh, we're good.
Because
No, this is how it
Harper's
is.
like
No, this is how it is.
deflating.
This is how the horror movie's supposed to end. Is that someone calls the cops, and
Okay.
and the cops do their job, but no, uh, I call the police essentially just to have them in the area. I know that I'm gonna beat them because I live out here, but
Yeah.
it's adjusting. I want to have that moment of like, oh, we had to blow up the factory, and we come out, all the cops are actually there because someone believed the story.
So you do file that. They take it seriously, but they do let you know that they're tied up in the moment with the reopening of the pudding factory that's happening kind of incrementally, but there's like a lot of infrastructure that needs to be set and like, barricades put up and like construction and lots of like people management. And so they kind of have the attitude of like, cool, yeah, we'll get to that. It's a small town. I'm sure that, that's maybe or maybe not happening, but we'll look into it.
It's kids blowing off steam. That's fine.
Exactly.
They'll turn up.
Exactly. So they believe you, but like not with any sense of urgency.
Oh, they'll turn up face down in the lake. Okay.
So that due diligence done, with Jennifer kind of looking at all of you and like nodding in assent that this was a place she has been, and telling you that a woman who has long been dead, according to the lore of the town, Mrs. Buckweather, is kind of like the original, like for the Great Chicago Fire, there's Mrs. O'Leary's cow, which is always blamed for starting the Great Chicago Fire. In the same vein, the disappearance of Mrs. Buckweather into the vat of pudding is what caused the destruction of the town's economy. The factory shut down. Nothing was ever the same since. She's been the scapegoat of your town's history, but long dead, of a figure of history. Jennifer is like, she saved me. And as Jennifer is looking at all of you, you see her underneath the gauze begin to decay even further. She's kind of like sinking back away from the gauze that you've put on her, and she's like,
Don't feel so good.
Because I'm the only one that can do it, I put a hand around her. It's like, we're gonna get whoever did this to you, because nobody fucks with my students.
Thank you, Sensei.
At the mention of Buck, I definitely earmuffs because I'm so used to like being around my little sisters and being earmuffs.
Carl does one of those like, wow, he said the F word.
And I'm just like bright eyes and like just grinning. But I'm cool because I'm 17, So
As you're
I'll probably
planning,
say some words when no one's listening.
as your planning phase comes to a close, where would the party like to head next with the information you've gleaned from Jennifer? And what is your plan of attack to the situation?
I go get my preferred weapons of choice outside of just my hands. I get I get my Bowie knife, which I can display that. I get my Bowie knife or my buck knife and a firearm. And then I won't show the other one. And then I just say, I think since she's apparently taken in the woods, I'm going to check the wood.
Do you all intend to go with Darius?
Yep.
I say send Darius flashlights.
Yes, it's dark outside.
Yeah, where?
I just reach behind. I just bring out like a go bag. I probably have one. I'm rich. I just have a go bag and it's just filled with.
Yeah, items and money are not a problem for you guys in this game
Yeah.
with Darius.
Do you have like a baseball bat or something?
Oh, cool!
No?
I want one.
Do you have one of those maybe that I could borrow?
I just
Yeah.
press a button. I just press a button.
It's like a
Just
John
like-
Wick situation.
Yep,
I played softball, and then like under my breath to Carl, I'm like horribly.
I get you a baseball bat. I have. There's.
Cool.
We can get it for you. What do you want? Like, what do you? If you need it, I probably got it.
It's true. I think there's a nice John Wick outfitting situation happening here where like panels are like flipping open on the walls to reveal any number of weird things that Darius has stored there. So Harper, you're able to get that baseball bat. Is there anything that Penny would like to bring with?
I don't know. I feel like maybe Darius has like trained me in some other martial arts, just like on the side. Like, okay, if you don't feel comfortable with your hands, maybe having a weapon in your hands will make you feel better. Darius, what would that be?
Weapons training is definitely a part of it. I'd get you a collapsible baton.
I will whip it open and just kind of look at it. I poke Carl a little bit with the baton and ready.
I also go upstairs and retrieve an outfit that fits you because he just on occasion, I would say in the past, you have showed up and didn't have time to change, so he just took to like keeping a certain amount of your size clothing around.
He cares for me.
Penny,
Aw.
as you see the clothes that end up fitting you, you recall what you said earlier about like, I don't like this side of you, Darius. Give me a grit roll as you process these conflicting opinions of your mentor.
It's a 2.
With a 2, it's a failure on being overtaken by a kind of like this redemption feeling. So you still remain conflicted in your feelings about Darius and the mentorship that he provides. But you all are outfitted. Jennifer is standing in the doorway as you guys, I assume, get in the truck. With kind of, I think Carl would take a baseball bat because he seemed pretty excited about that and like has pretty much imitated Harper at this point. So Harper went softball, he went baseball. But Jennifer stands in the doorway and you can see she's kind of like fading a little bit. It seems that whatever had corrupted her and like left her in this state, it's not a state that she is going to stay in long, but that potentially there is means of understanding or possibly remediating it in your journeys towards the factory, where she says that she was kind of interacting with Saw at the very least. And she stands in the doorway of your home, Daryl, oozing a little bit through the bandages onto the carpet, the welcome mat, and is just waving as you guys are in the truck heading out towards the pudding factory.
She's not going.
Unless you want her to.
I was gonna
Subject her to her horrible.
My first thought is that if we get her back to the machine and we could possibly reverse it. That was Darius's first thought. Because she is still his student and he needs to take care of her.
If you'd like to bring her, she's totally able to come.
I want to bring her just on the off chance that we can change it, or more satisfactorily, she sees me put down the people that did this.
Jennifer is able to come with you.
Yes.
She is a slow individual, so if you need anything with quick movement, she will be the slowest one in the group. Just so you guys know.
I have her stand back with Carl.
Carl.
I'm
Carl,
not gonna have Carl be at the forefront of anything.
Carl's sitting in the middle of Jennifer and Harper again, like baseball bat kind of like in between his knees, and he's got like his hands on it, and he's like looking between the two of you, and he's like, I could be at the forefront of things. If you need me to. Harper,
No.
do you need me to?
I shouldn't even be bringing you with me.
I need you to take notes if you can, buddy. You're doing great.
Like, if I get caught, I'm going to jail for child endangerment for even having you around with this.
I'm pretty much almost not a child anymore, Darius.
Hey, that puts you in the same boat as me. That doesn't make
Right.
it better.
No, that kind of makes it worse. I'm gonna take that right.
How old is
Speaking, Carl is a sophomore.
I look over at Carl and just be like, these two bicker so much. You would think that they would like be thinking, oh, we have a dead girl in tow. Oh, there's, I don't know, a pudding vat that changes people into half ghost. But no, they just want to talk about all of the things that aren't important right now. It is, I don't understand, Carl. What is it with old people?
You know, my dad does the same thing. Whoa! His head hits the front of the seat. Oh man!
I do the. Oh, he's in the back seat.
Soccer mama.
Yep, the arm of protection.
But he does.
You're freaking like 40. Oh my god, you never just stop
I thought
to
he was
think about-
50. He's not 50?
You know, he might be. I don't know.
I'm 21.
Oh.
I'm literally 4 years older than her.
Okay, I mean, she's pretty old too.
She's 17. She's 4 years older than you.
Everyone seems
Yeah.
old to me. I'm a sophomore.
You're 15, right?
Yeah, something like that. My dad doesn't really make a big deal out of birthdays.
So
Sorry
I'm like a
about your
little
head.
slow to process, but I'm like counting on my hands and I'm like, you're only 8 years older than me?
Yes.
I cross my arms and you can see just like a little rebellious smirk come across my face like, okay. All right.
I will say, I know you have the base stat of Rebellious, but take another +1 on each of those stats that you get from Rebellious, because I feel like that realization of your teacher's age, plus the conflicting emotions that you had earlier, I think you're getting a little bit of a rebellious streak going.
Right.
As the truck heads towards the woods, you follow the path kind of near where you were standing with Flip and Fanny earlier. Penny, you're looking out for them. Like, if you see them near these woods, you are going to lose it, but you do not see them. So, presumably, they are safe at home. As the truck kind of winds its way through the woods, up the path, up the hill, the trees, the sun is setting, because, you know, it's always a good idea to do this stuff at night. It's dark. Those owls that were out of season earlier, they are, like, hooting and hollering out in the woods. It's just a cacophony of, like, bird noises, like animal noises, the quietness of the trees rustling in the wind. Very eerie, at once loud but still. That kind of space in between the sounds, almost as loud as the sounds themselves. As you all make your way in the truck up through this old path that was created at the turn of the century for carts and horses to traverse, your truck chugs up the hill. What 90s song do you hear on the radio in the eerie stillness of this moment?
I mean, this is my car, so I'm gonna say that Crisscross Jump is playing right now.
Appropriate.
Amazing.
The back that'll make you jump.
Any chance that Harper has that, like, the conversation isn't where she needs to be paying attention to someone else, she is just grinning at Jennifer, just smiling.
Jennifer is just looking back vacantly. Jennifer is very gray colored now, like just looking more and more dead than alive. There was that moment of vigor that you guys had with her, but she seems sick or something. And she's just looking back at you as like the hollows of her eyes and her eyes sink back further into her skull.
And I'm just like, my first monster. Just like,
Monster?
Smiling.
You did not. You hear it from the front. You did not just say that.
As crisscross gets louder.
not in like a bad,
Ah,
wasn't bad.
You put your foot in your mouth a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that about you.
I didn't mean it like in a bad way though. I'm generally excited to be here.
Carl's like, I think it's cool. Like, monster can be a cool term. Like, that's so monster.
Stop
Carl.
trying to make monster happen, Carl. It's never gonna happen.
I think it could happen.
It's never gonna happen, Carl. Are we there?
You
How
are.
far-
As you turn the kind of crest of the hill, you can look below you and see the forest spread out below you in kind of a dark and spiny blanket as the brambles and the tops of the bare trees are sticking up over the darkness that you see below this hill. On top of the hill is a factory, very old in nature, but you see evidence of some construction. Like there's more recent barricades, like police barricades that have been dragged over here to be used for like the opening day, and like you see evidence of like some construction gear going on. So it's definitely in the makings of like being revitalized, but in the very early stages. Other than that, it looks like a very old, large, square building. Evidence of like old machinery, smokestacks that haven't gone off in a long time, lots of debris, just a lot of barrels and boxes and things that look like they haven't been touched in decades. And next to it is a large kind of Victorian looking mansion. The roof is collapsing a little bit. The porch is all weathered with like parts of the wood missing from the steps. An old rocking chair is on the front porch and it's just like creaking slowly in the wind. And the door is also moving open and closed in what you assume to be the breeze. And the sound of crisscross fades away as your car is here.
Because I turned down the music and killed the lights before he hit that corner.
You cruise up in ghost mode.
I know what I'm doing. This is
What do you all do? As Jennifer, still with eye contact with Harper, nods in this debate about making monster happen and looks down at herself and says, monster, and sounds okay with it.
Hey, Carl.
Jennifer knows what's up.
Carl, you're gonna stay back. Well, you're gonna in the group order. You're gonna stay back with Jennifer. All right.
I don't want to sound mean. I'm sorry, but shouldn't we have someone that's like strong and a leader in front, and then someone that's strong and a leader in back? Sorry, Carl.
I'm just saying, Jennifer overpowered me a few times.
Jennifer Strong.
Yeah,
Jennifer is strong.
and also, Jennifer's older, and I want her in the back. And also, she's the one that had this stuff happen to her, and I prefer her to be in the back with Carl. The two of them, I feel like, make up. Okay, and the other two in the middle, where I can readily keep an eye on you. Mostly you, Penny.
And I just squint my eyes back. Okay, Darius.
Nobody needs to keep an eye on me. I've got this under control.
Give me a grit roll, Harper.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I have literally caught you several times. Every time you've tried to come onto my property, I've caught you. You're bad at this.
I always ask permission before I walk onto your property because I'm very nice and
Well, one, you can't. First of all, you can't just walk onto the property. As I'm starting to lower my voice as we're continuing to move. So you can't just walk on it. You have to have a gate code. So it's always weird when I see you in my damn courtyard.
I don't just like break into people's stuff. That's like rude and
Yeah, we go undercover. We just don't break in. We're undercover. It's different.
Don't.
Carl, that's not helping. That was a 4.
4. As you say, I've got this under control. Let's see. That's a... Let me see the gradient here. It's
I
a
have a
bad, but
D10 in
not a
grit.
disaster. So it's nothing you can't handle if you focus. I think you do feel like you have this under control because, you put me in, coach. Like you've been training your whole life to see a monster. It's that fear, though. Deep down inside, Harper, you're afraid that no one is going to believe you at the end of all of this. That with the photo, with your evidence, with all of this actually happening, there's a fear that nothing's going to change and that people are still going to think that you're the weird kid that thinks about paranormal stuff and that this isn't going to be a game changer. That fear undergirds your steps. So you're not afraid of what's happening. You're afraid of what will happen next. But you are, for the most part, under control.
I asked Harper, so in all your reading about tunnels, was there one from the factory over to the house, or is it just between my land and this house?
Would I know the answer to that?
This could be a planned roll with brains, or you can roll it.
I'm gonna roll it just to see if I get higher than a 10. I mean, I have a...
So the reason you knew about tunnels was because in your research you read about them. And that's where you got the idea that there was a tunnel to Darius's house, even though really the only connection between Darius's new house built in 6 months ago and the 1900s property that you stand on now is the same realtor. But in a child's mind, tunnels. But the idea came from something real, that there is a tunnel from the factory to the old Buckweather mansion. That is a historical fact that you read in a book.
So I would probably dig through my bag and pull out another zine and be like, oh yeah, there's absolutely tunnels from the factory to this house. I actually have a map and like be like, oh yeah, so that would be zine issue like 4, I think, maybe.
Yeah, 4A.
And
4A, it's my favorite one.
And like pull it out and like crease the page and hand it over to Darius.
Like, until you actually pulled something out and started to hand it to, I was doing like, oh, there is a tunnel. That little like, yeah, that trying to get away from the conversation, but like only with small steps walking towards the house. Like, oh, there's actually a... Okay.
I have a map. I actually am smart,
I didn't say you weren't. Let's go. Because I'm just looking over at the police barricades. It's like, well, we can't get in the regular way, so we have to sneak in the other way.
So are you heading to the mansion?
Yeah, let's go through a creepy mansion, kids. Come on, kids. Let's all take a field trip to the creepy mansion and go through a weird tunnel.
I want to take a picture of the front of the house because it looks
Secret
creepy.
tunnel.
I look over at Harper and I say, well, I guess you're gonna be breaking and entering this time.
The door's open.
I'd still consider that breaking and entering.
Yeah, probably public property. It's fine.
As you say that, looking at the door...
Write that down. It's probably public property. It's fine.
Carl has already written it down.
This is totally one of those moments of like, nah, I'm an adult. It's okay. Like, it's fine because I can do it. It's one of like, do what I say, not what I do moments.
But now Harper's taken that like into Darius said, and like the next time I get caught doing something I'm not supposed to, I heard from an adult that it's probably public property, so it's probably fine. So
You
what I'm
didn't
doing
name
is
the adult, so you just went up a notch in Darius.
It's words
Yeah,
of wisdom.
yeah.
You are all doing a
Absolutely.
walk up to this mansion. Just kind of like doing the slow-mo walk up. Jennifer kind of shambling behind everyone. You have flashlights in hand. You've got baseball bats, softball bats. Darius has a gun. You're approaching the mansion. The door is still swinging open and closed in the wind. creaking, eerie. So is the rocking chair moving. And just like the slowness of it and like the way it's off timed with the door makes it look like there's someone in the chair. The windows are all punched out over the years. The glass is just cracked and there's like holes from where it looks like kids have thrown rocks. I mean, this thing has been here for some 80 years since the factory shut down at the death of Mrs. Buckweather. Do you enter?
Yeah. Since I have the map, can we just go directly to where this tunnel is supposed to be? I'm assuming it's going to be in the basement of the creepy old house on the hill.
It looks like from the map, there is a tunnel. There isn't much of a basement in this home. It's mostly a cellar that you can get from the outside, but it doesn't. There's like kind of like a small square area near where the cellar is. It appears to be like a small underground bunker area, maybe for weather or canning storage or something of the like. But on the inside, the tunnel is marked underneath the largest bedroom in the home, which is in the back of the home.
All right, I take point.
I would be like directly behind Darius so that I can get like pictures if there's anything to take pictures of.
Be protected safely in the middle.
And I think Carl and Jennifer are bringing up the rear.
Yes, Carl has his bat and Jennifer has her super strength, apparently.
Yes, she does. Although she is looking sicker than when she first met you all.
Yeah,
As you walk,
that's why I'm trying to hurry.
as you walk in to the old mansion, the Buckweather mansion, you see portraits on the walls lining this long hallway. There's an old ornate wooden staircase that's kind of set in the center of the room and like spirals upwards and then parts to create like two separate hallways that you can see from the ground floor that go up. On the walls, there are like very old gold rimmed frames with like very ornate portraiture of a regal looking woman and a stately looking man. And all of you recognize, no roll needed, there's a plaza in town called Landmark Plaza. It's very ostentatious. It has a fountain and a bell and a statue of the town's founder. This is the founder, Mr. Buckweather. He is the husband of Mrs. Buckweather, and the two of them were the pudding tycoons of the early 1900s. There's also a third picture of them holding like a glass goblet, you know, one of those dessert goblets full of like a pudding-like substance with like a little like cherry on top, and they're both like gazing at it lovingly in the third portrait. But there's these large portraits hanging on the walls. It feels like the eyes follow you as you guys walk through, kind of creaking on the floorboards. Can everyone make me a grit roll, please?
Three. That is my first grit roll that has not been a 1.
10.
Progress.
Wow.
7.
All right. So, Penny, you have a profound failure on this roll. You have a slight bad failure, I guess. Harper, so both of you take an adversity token. And remember, I think we have re-rolls too, so don't forget that. How many do we have now, Joss?
Daryl, have you used yours?
No.
Okay, so Daryl's got 1 and I've got 1.
Cool. So just keep those in mind. And then Darius, you had a 10?
Yes, total of 10.
That is just barely a success. So, as you step forward through this hallway that smells of dust and time gone by, disuse and memory, you hear kind of a growling sound. And first you all look back to see if it's Jennifer, and Jennifer goes, "Ugh." And from the back of the hallway, you see shambling forward, kind of similar to Jennifer, but more fully transformed, these completely humanoid but decayed, eyeless, teethless creatures. No clothing, just kind of a modeled human body, just shambling. and their head's kind of like drooping and lolling as it doesn't have any muscle to keep it aloft. Their arms are stretched forward, groping, looking for the source of the noise that you're making, and they're moving towards you, 3 of them. What do you do?
I stop moving. I slowly bring out a flashlight and turn it on.
Because of your failed grit roll, Penny, you realize that the batteries in the flashlight are dead and that you do have extras, but you can't turn it on in this moment.
Okay.
What are the rest of you doing?
I would try to take a picture from the reflection of, like, angle in the reflection of the pictures on the wall.
That comes straight at us because of that loud ass noise.
So because you had that like barely successful grit roll, you're able to do this successfully. And you have what you think to be a reflective picture. It's actually a picture of Mrs. Buckweather, a portrait. And the glass is broken and shattered a bit, but in one of the little shattered pieces, you can kind of see these undead creatures like visible, kind of right near the face of Mrs. Buckweather in the photo.
Amazing.
I pick up some of the broken glass and I toss it into an adjacent room to see if they start shambling towards there.
Okay.
But I also have stopped. I stopped moving once I can see that they're eyeless and just like blindly grasping. I don't make any noise except for the purposeful noise to get them into another room.
So you successfully toss it and it clatters loudly. It hits into something else that was glass, maybe a vase in the other room, and it shatters. And so there's an even louder noise than you had anticipated. Carl is going to take his cue from Harper and begin to just write everything down. But he's going to back up probably behind, I would say maybe Penny. I feel like he saw Penny being the most like flashlight forward in the last battle. So Penny, you feel Carl kind of scribbling away behind you as he's taking notes and cowering. And Jennifer kind of goes into like this like fight or flight stance as her body starts like moving like a boxer. The zombies are kind of like shambling towards you, but then as they hear the noise, 2 of them go after the shattering of the glass, and one of them comes towards you, Harper, with the click of the camera. So you see this like undead, just humanoid, but not. It's not exactly, I don't know, is this Night of the Living Dead was like the zombie movie out at the time? I don't know. It's not exactly that, but it's like everything that you were afraid of after watching those films come to life, coming at you. And although it doesn't seem to know it's you, you feel personally accosted as its fingers are kind of like just like scraping and like searching for you. What do you do?
I'm going to take a cue from Darius and take the fruit roll up out of my pocket that I didn't eat earlier and throw it into the other room.
You can see me go. But there's no audio, or there's no, no audible sounds that come out of my mouth, but you can see that I'm crushed.
I would love it if all the kids said that at once, but like that silent mouthing, like, no, not the fruit, roll up, no. And then like even Jennifer's like, ah. Okay, give me let's do maybe flight for your quickness and dexterity on this.
Oh, yeah.
Or brawn if you really want to chuck it hard. Your choice.
Well, I only have, I think, a D4 in brawn, so we're not gonna do that.
Hey, you could explode several times.
Ooh, I exploded with the D12.
Nice.
19.
Nice. That is definitely a success. You almost feel the like fingertip of this creature of nightmares, of movies, of fiction, almost like touch your face, and it's this moment of like utter abject horror. The fruit roll-up crashes into the room next to you and hits another vase. This place is full of vases, apparently. It's like the sitting room.
Pudding vases.
Pudding vases. As potentially a crystalline goblet that once held the finest pudding of the house shatters from the other room. And the creature turns like an animal that hears something, kind of like a quick motion, and begins to shamble, not after the other two, which went into a separate room that Darius distracted in, but into another room to the side. So they've kind of split ways, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. And
Do these rooms have doors on them?
no, they're just big open archways. Yeah. With very ornate woodwork. But the creature leaves you be, Harper, but your heart is beating in your chest as you are so close to something so horrific. And yet for you, very exciting as well.
Yep.
Darius recently has seen Army of Darkness.
That's the one. Yes.
That came out in '93. He's full blown just Ash right now. Was prepared to full blown stab this thing in the head right before she threw the gusher. Like when it walks away, Harper would just see me there with the knife, just like, oh.
Directly behind Harper.
Like turn around and my eyes just get really big, and I'm just like,
I was gonna stab it. Let's move on before they come back. They come back.
Yeah, let's go. I don't want to be here when they come back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot them if they come back.
Do you guys continue forward?
Yes.
I'm like mouthing the words to like not talk and like
I
really
become the
badly
Pink
like
Panther.
emotioning.
I become the Pink Panther without the audio. And I'm just tiptoeing, and I don't know. I feel like Carl is like breathing over my shoulder, and it's just driving me nuts.
Yeah, utter mouth breather. Absolutely. Everyone give me a flight roll.
I turn around and I'm like,
He's like, okay. And he keeps his mouth open as he does the motion.
Yeah, this is that moment. I'm going to use my reroll.
same.
Nice. Thank you, chat.
That was a big old 1 right there.
I got
That
an
explodes. That explodes.
Yeah.
That explodes.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
17 total.
Holy
Yeah.
moly.
Mine's a 9. Not quite as nice, but hey, it's a lot better than a 4.
Yeah, I got an 8.
Okay. So those are near failures. So both of you take an adversity token, Penny and Harper, but it's not quite bad. The 17, was it?
Yes.
Is a success. So you are able to sneak past these rooms. And indeed, as you're walking forward, Darius, you see other open entryways into salons with like moldering old velvet chairs with like ornate carved woodwork all around the circle back of it, the chair. Sitting in those chairs are more of these creatures. Some of them almost look like they're enjoying the day, like in the salon. But they're just kind of like looking around, like listening and like grasping up at the air, kind of almost helplessly looking for something. But you're able to sneak past these rooms and they make no notice towards you. However, with your failures, Harper and Penny, you guys do make a little bit of a sound. How do you think you kind of alert them with like the slightest of noise? So you're not like attracting a swarm or anything, but you do give your position away. What do you think you do as you move forward?
How many did you say are in this salon-esque room?
So you already saw 2 and 1 kind of split off. As you continue down the hallway, looking into other rooms, because it's basically just one long hall leading into the room at the back, there's various creatures within all of the different rooms. So you'd have to kind of poke your head in to see exactly how many, but just passing by, you see one in a chair. You see one kind of like absently standing next to a bookshelf with its head like resting on the shelf.
I think that I make a hiccup. I get nervous hiccups every once in a while.
Is it bugles induced?
You know, maybe I did. I did an entire bag of bugles to myself when Harper gave them over. That as soon as the hiccup comes out of my mouth, I don't like. You know when you like, it makes a noise. I don't do that, but I'm like.
How about for
So
you,
that's
Harper?
how I alert them.
I think my sneaker squeaks on the floor.
Is it
So,
is it Skechers? What kind of sneakers is it? What was like
Yeah,
the big
they're
sneaker at the
probably-
time? Skechers, right? I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I almost thought to say that I have like light up shoes or something,
No.
but
No.
that would have been too much. So
17.
Oh, you know
they just
what?
squeak.
No, I do. Like, I do kind of love that, just for flavor. Like, what if you had light up shoes the whole time, but they weren't working, and like you just kept them because they were cool, and you know, doesn't matter if they don't light up anymore. But like, it reactivated just the one shoe for one little blip. That's so cute. Yes, with a bugle hiccup and a slight squeak of a light up shoe, maybe. Two of these creatures come out of the room. Penny, your flashlight, you could have switched out the battery at this point. That's a planned move since you knew about it from the beginning, the entrance. So I assume perhaps you've, restocked the battery in your flashlight. So that is available to you if you'd like. But two of them come out of the room, and one of them actually clashes with Jennifer. The other one is coming after you, Penny.
I have a question.
Hmm?
So I know that they're mostly coming after us because of sound. Could my unassuming, which is using 2 adversity tokens to not be seen
Mm-hmm.
within reason, work in this situation to not be detected?
Yeah, I think
Instead.
so.
So can I use that?
Yes. What does it say? You can't be detected?
Well, it says it can't be seen.
Yeah.
But in this case, it would be not
Yeah,
detected.
I
So
think
I
that
would
makes
be
sense.
Using 2 adversity tokens.
Yeah, I think it's used for like blending in, but you know what they're responding to, so you can adjust with that.
Okay.
Sounds good. So we'll consider that then a success. So only one of them is coming out, and that one is clashing with Jennifer. So Penny, you see it kind of like move out of the room. It was the one leaning on the bookshelf, and it kind of pulls its head up, and like some of the pages of the book that it was leaning on stick to its face. So it's got a little bit of like Jane Eyre, like just attached to the side of its face. As it moves towards Jennifer, Jennifer and it begin to like become locked in this kaiju battle as like Jennifer kind of grasps hands with it, and you hear just like this growling noise as the other creature's head begins moving towards Jennifer, looking to bite her. What do you do?
You're muted.
Oh, I lost your sound on that.
Oh, okay.
You're good.
I go. Okay, so maybe you couldn't hear it because I'm ding. I'm going PST, the sound for PST.
Oh, yeah, it cuts out every time.
Oh, weird. Okay. Well, I at the group and
It sounds
try
like
to
you're
get-
being censored. That's really funny.
weird. I try to get Darius's attention basically without being super loud.
I feel like the growling from behind me is obvious, right?
You do hear kind of like a growling and a scuffle.
I turn back. I turn around. I just go. And I just go. I just stab this thing in the back of the head. I just go full Walking Dead. Just.
All right, give me a fight roll, and I'm gonna roll a flight.
Oh yeah, I can't do those. That's a total of 8.
All right, so it has a 10. So the attacker's roll is the defender's roll is greater or equal to the attacker's roll. So the defender narrates the outcome. So you go to stab it in the back of the head, and its head rotates around on its neck, completely like twisting the skin up and just like completely doing like a little bit of a 180 on you. Not all the way, but like close enough. So like pretty much the
Like an
entire
owl.
face is like, yeah,
Like an
back at
owl.
you. And its jaw drops like in the mummy, just kind of like all sinew, and it just hangs there and it screams at you. Give me a grit roll, please.
Wasn't expecting that. All right. What is my grit? 9.
9 is a little bit of a failure. So
I'm going to add one of my adversity tokens to make it a total of 10.
all right, that's what you needed. So that's barely scraping by. So as kind of all of this stench hits you, you also begin to like detect like on the inside of your nose like a burning smell. Like you know how your nose kind of like with like something burning or something caustic. There's something almost poisonous or caustic coming from inside this creature, but you're able to resist it and kind of clear the air, shake your head, back up. Jennifer is still like clutching onto it and says,
Go! Go! Jennifer, help!
I can't. She's still my student. I'm gonna go ahead and stab this thing in the front now since it's facing me.
go for it. Fight roll.
That's better. 14.
20 on the die.
God damn it!
Super success. As you go to stab it in the face again, your knife sinks in right in between its eyes, and you begin to feel your hand sink down into the head, following the knife as the knife goes inside the cavity of its head, and your hand begins to follow. You wrench your hand back, and you see that the tips of all of your fingers have been burned off from entering the flesh of this caustic creature, as you have kind of like missing nubs on 4 of your fingertips.
Okay, gun time. Oh no, not a fan of that.
You're gonna take
yeah,
a -1 on this roll because of your injury with using the weapon.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
Also, it's loud.
It is loud.
This thing screamed at me already.
I grab
And also-
Carl and I grab Harper, and I am taking us out of this situation,
Yes.
and into like a corner that's a little bit further up the hallway.
Give me a flight roll, please.
Is it
Me
19?
too.
Penny, apologies. Penny can man this for everyone. So kind of
Okay.
I'm
taking
just like
the main stack.
dragging y'all with
Mhm.
my 19 roll.
Awesome. How about for Darius?
I will walk backwards. Being
I
dragged.
I rolled a 15.
A 15 on the gunshot.
Yes.
Ooh, how do you do a tie? I also rolled a 15.
A
Defender's
reroll.
roll. Oh no, it says defender's roll is greater or equal to attacker's roll. That's defender narrates the outcome.
Then
Not-
I'll use my last adversity token to make it a 16.
Go for it. So as you pull the trigger, an intense pain goes through your hand as all of the caustically burned appendages are just like, it feels like your hand is on fire, but the weapon discharges and it goes into the creature, and the creature just drops to the ground and twitches. It does not move anymore. The creature behind it, Jennifer, looks up at you with the bullet through her shoulder and looks up at you and says,
Ow!
I am so yeah, also fucking run.
as you say that, all of the creatures from the side rooms begin to shamble, coming from the sides. Penny, you are already at a full dash. Harper, are you allowing yourself to be dragged?
Yep.
All right, so
Let's go.
Harper and Carl are just kind of like, just trying to keep up. Penny, your flight instincts taken, all of the training you've been doing, all of the things to try to focus more on confronting your problems. That's all out the window now. You got to get out of here. And you again let those flight instincts take over as you get your friends to safety as this horde comes out of the side rooms of this salon on both sides. Darius, are you running or are you standing to fight?
I put an arm around Jennifer, but we run.
Jennifer
It's
is
just
kind
hard.
of, galloping next to you, almost like being carried by your momentum. She does not seem like mortally wounded or anything by the gunshot. If anything, it was a minor annoyance to her. But the creature that you had shot twitches again, and you see it begin to stand up as the very last thing in the room, kind of like down this hallway of creatures that are moving out of the rooms. In front of you guys, Penny, you see the large room of like the Victorian bedroom with 2 double doors, and they are swinging open and closed in an invisible wind. And you know this to be the place on the map that has the tunnel connecting to the pudding factory.
Do I see the start of the tunnel by chance?
You would need to go into the room if you wish to investigate.
Yes, I would like to do that. I drag them in. I don't even stop to question if they're okay with coming in, and I say, look for the tunnel.
Harper, you hear this as you enter the room. Darius, are you in tow with Jennifer?
Yes.
So
And
the
Carl, presumably.
Carl's-
Carl ahead. Yeah,
Carl's up with them.
Yeah.
Does the door to the bedroom have like those big like the handles that I can like put the baseball bat in to like block the doors as soon as we get in there?
It does. It has large gold handles with like ornate filigree, and you just jam the softball bat in the middle of them, and it like scrapes some of the wood off, but you feel the door shuddering behind you and like the sound of a bunch of flat, wet hands smacking into the door, but it seems to hold.
I was about to ask, is this after I get in the room, or you do this
100%.
before I get? Okay.
How much do you like Darius?
Yes. I was gonna say, I just needed to know, like, as soon as you came in, I was just gonna, like, bar us in here.
So how far down would you say I don't have hands now? I don't have fingers.
Your choice.
I want to say like very like the tips.
Yeah, and it's cauterized too.
Yeah, like I just have weird looking hands. Like I have a buddy that lost like the tip of his finger one night. It wasn't enough to be noticeable unless you go full in and see it.
Yeah.
All right, I can still use mine.
Yeah. So on those are the appendages that were kind of like sunk into the flesh of this burning creature.
Yeah, immediately. Soon I see when the thing goes when she puts the baseball bat, I just look for a heavy dresser or whatever to move also in front of this.
Easy enough. I mean, maybe not in this system. Give me a brawn roll. I'm so used to Powered by the Apocalypse. What you got?
That's a 2.
So with your injury, you think this should be easy enough because you're a martial artist, but you are shaken by the kind of shock of the injury, and you find your body unresponsive to what your mind is telling it to do, and you're unable to move the dresser.
And, like, try to help?
You can. I think with your with a non-planned roll, you can't assist with your tokens, but you could attempt to do this in another way.
Like just by rolling?
If you tell me
my D4.
Yeah. If you tell me
like,
how
I'm just
Harper's
gonna come
doing
over
it,
and start pushing too.
you can give it a try. It might explode.
Oh, it did.
Nice.
4, 5, and I have a +1, 6.
6 is a
Which
failure.
Isn't a lot, but like
it's a failure, but it's a little failure. So you do manage to get, basically you kind of like hit into it just as Darius is pulling it, and it's one of those things where like the person like is moving it, and like you think you did it all, but like Darius did most of it. But the weight of you kind of pushing from behind topples it, so it is in front of the door. It's not like perfectly placed, and it's not going to be a great barrier, but it's a little bit in front of the door. But it does end up just kind of like falling and almost crushing Carl, who has to like unceremoniously like roll out of the way, screaming. And he's like, "They're coming in! They're coming in!"
As they are moving the dresser, I am frantically like pulling books off of shelves. I am just like grasping at the wall, literally anything I can do to like open up a secret passageway.
As you're doing this, you feel a cold sensation on your hand, and then you look and another ghostly blue hand materializes, and you feel it guide your hand to a trapdoor on the floor.
I at first I like tense up, but as I see it guiding me, I let it guide my hand there, and I look around and I say thank you.
As you say thank you, and Darius and Harper, as you guys are wrestling with the dresser, and you feel the pressure of the doors like shaking up against the dresser that you've moved kind of into place, not really. You all see shimmering into existence the ghostly figure of a woman who looks very much like the woman from the portraits that you saw in the hallway. Mrs. Buckweather, the spirit of her, long dead, kind of floating, an apparition, fading in and out of kind of tangibility. She's translucent sometimes, other times more opaque, but always shimmering, and like her dress is like concealing where she would have legs, but she's floating like 3 feet off the ground, and the room becomes very, very cold.
I'm gonna do that thing where I shake Carl again, and I'm gonna be like, I knew it!
Carl's like,
Harper, this is not the time.
I think I peed my pants.
I'm opening up that trapdoor.
Yeah.
Everybody, come on in. Come in.
The trapdoor opens and reveals a dark, descending staircase. The wooden stairs, some of them have rotted all the way through, but it leads into a dark tunnel with sconces on the wall for fire or torch, but there is nothing in there now, and it's just kind of like an abyss looking downwards.
I'm like rattling with my pockets to get the batteries and to put them back into the flashlights, and I'm just like trying to hand them out as everyone comes over.
As I see the ghost, as we're walking towards, I just go, thank you, ma'am. This is not, ghosts are not my preeminent concern right now. There's goddamn acid zombies in the hallway. That took a headshot and just said, "Oh, I'm back."
The ghost, at being addressed as ma'am, you see a look of familiarity at the sound of that word, and you hear this sonorous voice say, "You are welcome in my home, if you seek to stop the one who did this to me."
Yeah, because I think the one that did this to you did this to her, and I gesture over at Jennifer.
The ghost turns to look at Jennifer, who is kind of like limping forward with her usual gait. "It is his new project, yes."
Oh, I'm about to shoot this man in the face.
As I'm like going to like climb down in, I'm gonna be like, would you, ma'am, be available for an interview later? We have to deal with this right now, but my name is Harper, and I would
grab
love
a hold
to.
of Harper.
I'm clearly walking towards the hole. Like, I know we have to go, but
I feel like you do that thing where like you're walking and talking, but then you turn to face her, and we just both, okay, not now.
As you're being pulled, Harper, give me a charm roll.
Okay, it's gonna be terrible. I think I have a D8.
What's on your mind, Penny?
When the ghost says the person who did this to me is the same person that did this to Jennifer, you know that meme where it's the woman doing math?
Mm-hmm.
I start doing math, and I'm not counting on my fingers again, but I'm like 100 years ago.
Oh, it's probably her husband. Her husband was probably. I'm sorry. I'm thinking like an adult. So
give me a brains roll, both of you.
All my thought is just like her husband totally did like a fucking Dr. Frankenstein thing to elongate his own life, tested it on his wife. That's all I can think of.
I got a 9.
That's
so
the wrong. That was the wrong guy.
I'm not charming, and I only got a 6 because, as we know, Harper is annoying and not charming.
Was there a question after that? Or that's just, oh, you look like you were like, but...
Yeah.
No adversity tokens on that one?
Oh!
No, I have not.
You know what? I'm going to use mine. I got a 10.
10 total?
Mm-hmm.
And 6 for you, Harper?
Yeah, and if I use adversity tokens, I'd only be up to an 8. So I don't think that's charming enough to
Charm a
get my
ghost.
interview.
I mean, maybe if it was a vampire.
You were
yeah,
at a 6, yeah.
I rolled a 1 for a total of 2 with my +1. So I'm just more preoccupied with whomever's at the other end of this and doing them harm for messing with my student.
So yeah,
I don't-
while Daryl has some good ideas, Darius doesn't.
Kill, murder.
Penny, what are you thinking about as you consider with the math meme what she says?
The math meme me is like, this doesn't quite add up. There's like more supernatural to this than just ghosts and zombies, y'all, because if she did, and I'm like walking and talking through, and like everyone has their flashlights out, but I'm saying, y'all, like, it doesn't make sense because she says that the person who did this to her also did this to these people, and that means that they'd be like 100 years old, and that's if they were a baby when they were doing it. So I think there's just more weirdness afoot, and we need to get into that pudding vat.
As you say all of this, the ghost, drifting in the air, looks at you with a look of intense sadness and says, "You're a smart little girl. I did not fall into the vat. I was pushed. And he has been pushing and taking the lives of so many others all of these years to preserve his own life."
Wait, is she following with us?
She's you can just see her like floating along with you guys as you
Who,
descend.
Mrs. Buckweather, who?
I
All
like
you
elbow
hear,
Carl, like, you're writing this down, right?
you just hear me go, Mr. Peterson. And he goes,
Carl's in here
no.
with us.
It's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. And it just keeps going.
Poor Carl.
It was my husband, Jed Buckweather. He lives and lives and lives. And you hear her voice kind of echoing through the chambers as you guys are heading through this darkened tunnel full of rats scurrying at your feet, cobwebs that you're brushing past your face. I need everyone to make a grit roll as the word lives, lives, lives is echoing all around you.
Fuck me.
First exploding 4. Yay!
Nice! Yay!
6.
Oh.
I
Five?
am
Dice that I need.
What's your
Like that.
your oh
That's
it's your
a
little
5.
slide. Yeah. 4 or 5, and what do you have, Darius?
total of 5. I rolled a 1.
Oh wow. All of you in facing whatever is at the end of this tunnel will have a -1 to your rolls because you are all terrified.
Yeah, I have good reason.
So, I'm okay with monsters. I'm not okay with cobwebs.
As you
That tracks.
exit through the tunnel, you find yourself in a room underneath the ground, presumably of the factory up above, as you've been traveling in the direction towards where you saw the factory from the outside. You hear the ghost's voice echoing, but you no longer see the apparition of her, and the pale blue light fades away, and it's just the glow of your flashlights at this point. As you enter into this chamber, you see a bunch of tables, old wooden tables that look like they were once work tables, with the bodies of people deceased tied to the tables and attached to machinery that has cords moving backwards through the room into a big pulsing vat that's in the middle of the room. It's kind of pulsing with light that's coming out of these creatures, once humans, but you can see them all in various states of decay and transformation. And in the middle of the vat, you see the form of a humanoid creature standing kind of above all of this, surveying the scene. He has kind of an old Victorian outfit and is leaning on a cane with like one of those orbed knobs that he's kind of like holding underneath his palm and like leaning very in a stately manner, jauntily. Like all the clothes are like pristine, although they appear to be very old in age. His face is very much like the face of the man you saw in the portrait in the hallway, Mr. Buckweather. the pudding tycoon, the original founder of the town that you live in today, Forgotten Springs. And he appears to be just as alive and well, but you see kind of a deadness behind his eyes, darkness, as he looks at all of you and says, "Fresh blood, welcome."
Shots.
You fire?
Soon as I see him.
Roll fight.
Are you shitting me? I missed.
What'd you get?
A 2.
He got a nat 20.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I missed.
You missed bad.
Oh, God.
As the shot fires out through this chamber, it echoes, and the bullet pierces through his chest, dead through the heart. Nice shot, Darius, everyone thinks in that moment. And he reaches into his own chest. You see the hand kind of covered in this blood that quickly turns to black, kind of like ichor, and he pulls the bullet out and drops it onto the ground.
Do I see that quick? Do I see anything that looks explosive in this room? Because I'm about to tell these kids to run, and I'm just going to start shooting the red barrels.
You see that there's a lot of strange things in this room. Machinery, vats of things, all sorts of kinds of glowing lights.
Is he hooked up to anything, or is he just freely walking about? Does he have
you can do a prepared brains roll if you'd like.
Is there one central vat?
Yes.
Okay.
He's standing up on it.
He's standing on the vat or right next to it?
He's kind of on the ledge of it, looking out over the whole scene, on top of it.
Okay.
It'd be an 8 total.
Yes, you can see that there are all kinds of wires and things that are feeding up through the vat, and while they have a lot of give to them, he is standing there because he's being fed by it through these wires that are attached to him in various places.
I tell everyone, get to the wires. Disconnect from the vats.
Darius, as you say that, the part of your chest where you shot him with the bullet begins to ache on your own body.
Oh, God. Have I been a puppet this whole time?
I run over to where I think the wires are going, and I just start karate chopping them. Ha! 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 If I can break through a plywood board, or not a plywood, balsa wood board, I can break through anything. Yeah.
Penny, give me a brawn roll. You have, it's not a -1 because you're not directly attacking him.
Okay, all right, it's a 10.
You begin to feel not severing the wires, but severing the connection. So with the force of your karate chops, it loosens it from the connection to the table. And you see the dead, decaying, or transforming bodies that are in various states on the table. The ones that you disconnect, they go from being that gray color that you see now in Jennifer's face to getting a little bit back like a humanoid color. Still deceased, but more like a natural color, not like a gray or like a greenish color.
And
I tell Jennifer to get back on one of the tables and hook herself up so we could probably reverse this.
Jennifer obliges, and she kind of shuffles over to one of the tables, although she is very scared and begins shaking at the sight of it.
Like,
so I have something called intuitive, and if I spend a diversity token, I can ask you anything about the surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I spend a token, could I ask you, and you have to answer honestly, could I ask you, based on our surroundings, what I think, like, the best course of action in defeating Mr. Buckweather would be?
Yes, you can, as long as you spend your tokens for it.
Yes.
The best course of action to defeat him, you say?
Yes.
What does defeat look like for
Like, stopping him and bringing Jennifer back. So that he's no longer powerful and we live.
So, from what Harper sees and her knowledge of the supernatural, when you saw Darius shoot this creature, you saw Darius kind of begin to feel hurt, although he's not directly connected to this guy. The thrall is strong in this room. It seems like living things, their lives are connected to this guy. He's like a sucker of life in exchange for the deaths of those around him. And so if you can sever his ability to take the life of others, to connect to the life of others, he would have no life of his own. As Penny has told you, he's old as dirt and is probably only around because of this connection to other people's lives. As for Jennifer, this technology is something Harper doesn't understand, but you imagine some kind of reversal of the process could help.
So basically, like, what we're doing, like, this plan that Darius just had is kind of the good plan.
From what you can tell and what you've seen, it seems like it could work.
Yes,
Okay.
my initial reaction of being pissed off and shooting him wasn't the right one, but my thought out plan was the right one.
Okay.
Yeah. And also I love that it was a unplanned roll and a planned roll for those things, which was nice mechanically.
It was legitimately, okay, I'm just going to walk in and shoot him. If that doesn't work, here's the actual plan.
Yep. Now, players, this is our 2-minute warning because I want to do a hard stop for you all, and we're in a climactic scene. I'm going to give everyone a final action because this could be like a cliffhanger episode, right? Or we could have a resolution, but what does your character do in this moment to resolve our story today as you're facing this 80, 100-year-old plus individual who's kind of just smirking at you all? And just to give him a little bit of flavor, he looks at you all and says, I see you're here to stop me. Many have tried before you, and you see them here on my table, so welcome, new blood.
I want to pick up something that weighs between 2 to 5 pounds that I can easily over the head throw up at him to see if this is what
No,
Penny's doing.
I know. So I'm just like, no, it's going to hurt me.
Well, that is unfortunate for you. So I'm going to pick something up. Is there something around me that I can see?
Oh yeah, there's
Like
tons of
that?
random stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so I pick that up and I'm aiming for between neck and mid chest on his back to potentially push him forward
Okay.
into the vat of pudding.
Okay.
After I'm done with my karate chops.
Give me a brawn roll.
Okay, it is an 11.
All right. We'll resolve that in a second. What is everyone else doing?
I want to help Jennifer get hooked back in to potentially save her so that we can then pull the things back out.
Okay, give me a flight roll as you move quickly to do this in the moments that Penny is heaving this large piece of strange machinery forward in the air.
That was only a 3.
Do you have any rerolls?
No, I do not.
All right. We'll resolve that in a second. Darius, your climactic action.
Anything that seems to be helping him out, I don't attack him directly, having seen that has adverse effects. I attack all the things that appear to be helping him. So, if I can reach it with my hands, I yank it out. If I have to shoot it, I'll shoot it. But basically, everything that does the reverse of what he wants, like I just saw when Penny was unplugging stuff, giving life back to the dead bodies, I'm going for that.
All right. Give me a fight roll or a brawn roll, your choice.
Let's choose a different guy. Fight. That's a 13.
All right. Any rerolls, bonuses, anything we're adding to any of this stuff?
I don't have anything left.
All right.
Oh wait, I forgot to add. Fuck.
Your
I
plus
forgot.
3?
I do. I have like 5 adversity tokens that I forgot to write down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I add those to
All right.
that to make it like an 18 or 19. I forget how many times I failed. It was
Awesome.
well over 5.
Yes, I do recall. So here's how our story ends. Kids on bikes. That, I guess our show might be called Kids in Trucks because you never actually rode a bike. So as Penny, small Penny, the youngest of you, filled with conflicting loyalties of rebelliousness and adherence to her mentor figure, kind of finding herself in the world, sees this source of pure destruction, pure taking, and realizes like there are worse things than being confused about should I listen to what adults say? Like, this is clearly not what I should listen to. This is not an adult that deserves my respect. Penny is kind of clear on this, and in a moment of like the mix of what you're working with, like I want to be more confrontational, I don't want to run away, you use your speed to confront, and you quickly pick up this piece of machinery and heave it through the air. With your roll, you're unable to kind of like do any kind of bodily harm, although to Darius's point, perhaps that is a good thing. But he does go off balance a bit, and in a slow-mo kind of Batman fall back into this vat of what appears to be pudding, but is actually the dark, viscous life matter and blood of congealed body parts from dozens and dozens of years. He's falling back into that. Darius, you are obliterating the connections on these machines, and each body that no longer is being siphoned to give life to him weakens him. So as he's falling, you begin to see his face turn into this undead creature, fading from life as he's falling back into the vat of his own making. Unfortunately, though, Harper, in all of the stress and chaos, even with Carl's help, Carl actually ends up getting in the way, let's be honest. The two of you are unable to hook Jennifer up to the machine in time to have her life force be severed from him. And her process had been interrupted anyway by the ghost, as she had told you. And so in this state of half life, half death, Jennifer is unable to be resurrected with the others, who are, if not returned to life, at least returned to a peaceful sleep, as Jennifer begins her slow process of decay and kind of intermittent life status as she's sitting on this table waiting for the next step to happen, but it never comes. But she looks at both of you and says,
Thank you for trying to help me. I'm good, monster.
The best monster.
and as our story comes to a close, as this siphoner of life and happiness and pudding from this town that once sustained it falls into this vat and like with the last Terminator hand like goes down underneath the goop. What is the final pose of all of our heroes today as the credits roll?
I think that I honestly just sit on the floor, like with my hands on my head, crisscross applesauce, like, what the frick frack paddywhack just happened?
I'm definitely just the final pose is me just my gun pointed at the last thing I was shooting.
I think I'm probably like holding Jennifer's hand, like holding hands with the monster.
And Carl has written all of this down as the scribe of the day. And it probably does, as the episode ends, like one of those, like, and that's the story. Like, this has all been like what Carl has been telling someone as his accounting of the day. And he'll like close his notebook and he's actually in class giving a book report. And that was what he had just told the teacher and all of the class, this entire account. And everyone is just staring at him, like blankly, like, what the hell, Carl? And the teacher's just like, very imaginative, Carl. Very imaginative.
His book report was on my zine.
Yes. The whole adventure has just been Carl's accounting of it to the class. But that will be where we end our session today. I would like to just give one more second to you all to thank you and to let us know what you guys are up to on the internet. Thank you for playing. Where can we find you next? What are you guys up to? Let's start with Jess.
Well, first of all, thank you for responding to one of my posts on Twitter where I was like, I want to learn how to play kids on bikes. I really appreciate it. This was so much fun. And also, thank you for letting us be so goofy and make up a frick frack and pudding town with the town motto being, you're never too tall for pudding. I'm Jess. Y'all can find me on Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, Hover, TikTok, most places on the internet at Jess the Human. I'm most active on Twitter and Twitch. I play a lot of Dead by Daylight, a lot of Burial Kart, and I'm also starting to stream some TTRPGs.
Oh yeah, for
thank you
more
all-
kids on bikes.
Yeah, so I have a smattering of additional one-shots that we're going to be doing for my birthday. You can catch us tomorrow on twitch.tv/JessTheHuman. It is the second episode of the God Squad, which also has Daryl. On Tuesday, that's my actual birthday. There's going to be lots of drinking, lots of games, lots of fun. Fang Gang, which Mana and Daryl are a part of. We typically just do podcasts, but we're actually going to be doing a Twitch stream of the Fang Gang characters playing D&D. Super excited about that. And then on Thursday, April 14th, there's going to be a Kids on Bikes finale on my channel. And everything that I just mentioned also goes into the March of Dimes charity stream, so hopefully y'all can check it out. But now I popcorn over to Mana.
Hi, I'm Mana. You can find me most places at Mana_Lorian. I'm in a podcast called Treasures Untold with Daryl. And then I'm also in the Fan Gang podcast with Jess and Daryl. And that's pretty much it for me. And I'm gonna popcorn it over to Daryl.
Hello, I'm Daryl. I was Darius. He lost the tips of his fingers. So you can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Mr_Daryl Dorsey. You can also find me on Twitch at Daryl Sucks at Gaming. My main days of streaming are just Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Mondays and Saturdays are just kind of if I feel like it or if I have the time. As Justice said, you can catch me tomorrow on their channel as part of the God Squad D&D campaign we have going. Forget the days.
It's the second and fourth Monday of every month.
Yeah, the second and fourth Monday of every month. Where I'm currently playing the Prince of Air and Darkness, also known as Griffin Yeth. Tuesdays at 10 p.m. Eastern, you can find me on the Games Tavern playing Brigade Stonebuilt in the D&D game The Mists. You can also find me on the Fang Gang podcast game I started just as an excuse to play Vampire the Masquerade finally as the storyteller with these two as Jay and Talia respectively. You can also find me on the
Where can we find you?
You can also find me on the Treasures Untold podcast, where I am currently as my character is soon to be retired eventually as Marcus, aka Shadow Moon from American Gods character. What else do I have going on?
Apparently Daryl's all over the internet.
He is.
I do a lot. And
Well,
I don't know how it happened.
You can find all that and more in the player's command we just dropped in the chat. I'm Allison. I'm Insight Checked. I'm so excited to have played with you all. Come back anytime. Love collaborating with you all. Thank you so much. For me, Thursdays is Disco Elysium. These guys are always raiding, so thank you both so much for stopping in on Thursdays. But if you want a real marathon, I think Jess, you're doing Burial Kart on Thursdays, right? Is that true?
I do Burial Kart on Fridays at 5 p.m.
Makes more sense.
Yes.
But yeah, you can do a whole game night marathon, watching pretty much just all of our streams on a Thursday. And then also on Sundays, RPG days. So if you wanted to head back on Easter Sunday, I'm going to be here doing a off the like shelf crazy apocalypse world one shot. It's going to be a lot of zany energy, and potentially we're kicking around the idea of doing rotating GMs for that session. So that should be a lot of fun. The week after, we're doing Rapscallion final episode. And then if you want to catch me on another channel, go check out Todd Moonbounce's channel every Friday this month, where I'm going to be playing in a Monster Hunters Club game where now I get to be a kid in the 80s hunting monsters. So I will get a taste of my own medicine over there. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining, and I hope you have a great birthday, Jess. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And let me learn how to spell.
I'm just gonna say thank you for running this.
Yeah, thank you so much. I had so much fun.
Oh,
Same.
good. I'm so glad. And yeah, this system was new to me, so it was a lot of fun trying it out with you all. But yeah, thank you. We're gonna do two things. I'm going to play the outro, which is the same as the intro, but like I'm just so excited about it that I'm gonna play it twice. The intro's so nice. And then we'll
did a great
raid
job.
somebody. Thank you. Yeah, it's as I told the players, it's like I made a macaroni drawing and I'm just showing it to everyone. Like, look at the thing I did. Wow. But it was a collaboration with some people that are very close to me. My husband composed the music, so that's why I'm like also extra macaroni proud of it. But yes, we'll play that and then we'll go raid someone afterwards. So stick around and we'll do a fun raid on another RPG player today. So thank you all and have a great rest of your day.
Bye, everyone.
Peace out.
Thank you.